Good evening.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, October 2nd. If you wish to provide a public comment tonight on tonight's agenda, please fill out one of the speaker cards in the back of the room and bring it to our clerk. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Buenas tardes, me llamo Mónica, estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, María. Estamos aquí para asistirles hoy con la interpretación en español. Esta reunión se llevará a cabo en los idiomas de inglés y en español simultáneamente, usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Ahorita que comience la interpretación simultánea, verá un icono abajo con un globo o 3 puntitos y la palabra more. Presione ese icono, elija interpretación de idioma y su canal de interpretación deseado. Gracias. Thank you.
And thank you. May we have the roll call for the evening, please?
Barnacle,
Present.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Posake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
and McDonald.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. Let's stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. And a moment of silence. And at this point, I'd like to mention that we will be closing tonight's meeting in honor of our late State Senator Dianne Feinstein. Let's take a look at tonight's agendas and looking up and down the dais, do we have any changes to tonight's status? Then our agenda stands and we can move into proclamations. Tonight, we have the fire department with us and Fire Marshal Jessica Power. And I'd like to read a proclamation while our Vice Mayor presents the proclamation too. Whereas the City of Petaluma and Petaluma first responders are committed to ensuring safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city through prevention and education. Whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and 75% of all fire deaths, totaling 2,850 in the United States during 2021, occurred in the home. Whereas smoke alarms sense smoke well before you can and will alert you, even when asleep, to dangers when you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. And whereas this evening, Petaluma residents need to make sure their smoke and their carbon monoxide alarms meet the needs of all in their family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities. And whereas Petaluma residents can find more information about smoke and carbon monoxide alarms and how to test them at the city's website in the fire department section on home safety. And whereas the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking Safely Starts With You, Pay Attention to Fire Prevention, effectively serves to remind us that it is important to keep ourselves and those around us safe when cooking. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, and with the City Council, the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim October 8th to 14th, 2023, as Fire Prevention Week throughout the community. I urge all the people of Petaluma to ensure that they have working smoke and carbon monoxide alarms, know the sounds of the alarms, develop a home fire escape plan with all members of the household, and practice it twice a year, and to participate in the many public safety activities and efforts of the Fire and Emergency Services during Fire Prevention Month 2023. Thank you to our fire department.
Mayor, council, community, and staff, thank you for recognizing Fire Prevention Week and the dedicated fire prevention staff that work in the Fire Prevention Bureau and our operations crews. With me tonight is our team, Chief Jeff Schock, Administrative Assistant Ali Cresci, Fire Inspector Joe Garcia, Fire Inspector Ashley Higgins, and our Station 1 firefighters. Each day, we work to ensure our community is safe. And when we do our job successfully, you don't hear about it in the news. This year's theme, Cooking Safety, starts with you. Pay attention to fire prevention, works to educate everyone about simple but important actions they can take themselves and those around them when cooking. The leading cause of fires in the kitchen is unattended cooking. So please remember to stay in the kitchen while you are cooking. Keep anything that can catch fire away from your stovetop, and make sure to test your smoke and carbon monoxide alarms monthly and know their different sounds. Again, thank you for taking an active role in your family and our community's preparedness, because if it's predictable, it's preventable. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two presentations this evening, and before we get started on that effort, I'd like to remind the public that while council may have questions during these presentations and engage with the staff, the public has an opportunity during general public comment, which follows, to make their comments at that time. But you will need to fill out a card from the back of the room and submit to the clerk. So thank you very much. With that reminder, I'd like to invite our fire chief, Jeff Schock, to the podium to make the presentation on the Fire Chiefs Association half-cent sales tax. Take it away.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor, City Council, and members of the community. And thank you for letting us monopolize the first 15, 20 minutes of tonight's meeting. Appreciate it. My name is Jeff Schock. I'm the fire chief for City of Petaluma. But today I'm also here representing all Sonoma County fire chiefs, and specifically the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association and the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association Fire Service Working Group. Tonight, and as stated, tonight is a presentation. It's informational about a tax measure coming on the March 2024 ballot. And no action is being asked of the council at this time, but I'm here to present to you and the community and then answer any questions that you may have. Next slide, please. So on the March 2024 ballot is going to be a half-cent sales tax is being proposed by the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association. It's a county-wide, county holistic fire tax that's been written by firefighters and fire chiefs in your community. We all know the climate change has affected our environment. We've seen a generational change since 2017 in wildfires in our own community, as well as winter storms. And these disasters, we've discovered know no boundaries and affect us all. And the fire chiefs of Sonoma County recognize the challenges in this and the service gaps we have in our community with response times in rural areas, as well as our inability to have surge capacity during major incidents, and having people positioned all throughout the county to help keep small fires small. As you can see on the screen, the title of the proposed tax measure is, and the purpose is to improve and enhance local fire protection, paramedic service, and disaster response, specifically in the areas of wildfire prevention, vegetation management, recruitment and retention of additional firefighters, and upgrades to countywide fire stations and facilities. Next slide, please. For a little bit of background, after the 2017 fires, the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association, in partnership with the County Board of Supervisors, it took several years to come up with a ballot measure, and it happened in March of 2020. It was a Board of Supervisors initiative with the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association, and specifically what was then called the Fire Service Working Group was established as technical experts to help put on a ballot measure. That ballot measure failed in March of 2020, At that time, as a county-sponsored initiative, it needed 2/3 of the vote, and it received right around 65%, just short of the 2/3 required. There's many lessons learned, and the Fire Chiefs Association decided to give it another try here recently. Next slide, please. We decided to look at a new strategy, new ordinance language, new governments, and new ways to allocate funding that would come from a tax measure that could support countywide fire services. From the onset, the fire chiefs approached this initiative from a countywide holistic point of view. The Fire Service Working Group met with all fire agencies in Sonoma County to determine existing service challenges and critical needs. And specifically in Petaluma, I worked with the city manager's office and our finance director and costed and then requested funds that would cover nearly all of the CPSM recommendations we've reported out from our comprehensive analysis. And we did this with all fire departments and fire agencies in the county. Countywide, this measure you see, a half-cent sales tax would provide $60 to $65 million annually to support fire services. It would hire up to 200 firefighters, paramedics, vegetation management personnel, and fire prevention coordinators. It would also play a key role in fire station upgrades, as well as new fire stations. Many fire stations in our county are not in dissimilar condition to our very own and need either seismic upgrades or upgrades to either house 24/7 personnel or to accommodate a diverse workforce. Next slide, please. The new strategy included taking the initiative, not just the initiative, this ballot initiative, into our own hands. Like I said, firefighters developing a plan and a strategy to support what we felt is needed in our county. And that included a petition-driven initiative. So we've gathered over 20,000 signatures from within our community. And the Board of Supervisors just a few weeks ago validated those signatures, and it will be put on the March 2024 ballot. With any signature-driven initiative, it does not require a 2/3 vote. It requires a 50% vote plus one, so just over a majority. We've been planning this for several years now, and our intention has been to always try to achieve 2/3 vote. We think the community support is there. In the last tax measure, it was a county initiative that didn't have a lot of education, didn't have a lot of community outreach and community engagement. We're hoping to do things a little bit different. This is the second city council presentation we've done in the county so far. And we still would like to get to the 2/3. As you can see on the slide, the threat to the potential roundtable measure is that threat is somewhat diminishing, but as many of you know, it is a potential November 2024 measure that would have retroactivity that could make all initiatives 2/3. That's a long topic. I could do a whole hour presentation on that. We've also changed the Fire Service Working Group representation and engaged union and have union leadership in with the Fire Service Working Group as we've worked on this initiative. Next slide, please. The new ordinance, as I said, it'll be managed by the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association. Measure G, as a county measure, was managed by the Board of Supervisors, and the distribution plan, which was for Petaluma, about half of what it is in this current plan, in the last one. And it was also not codified in the ordinance. This one is. The percentages you'll see later in the ordinance are codified. In Measure G, and that was part of the challenges with Measure G, it was up to the somewhat discretion of the Board of Supervisors. Not all the funding in that measure was going towards fire services, and they were massageable. This one is not, and we'll go in that a little more detail. The allocation plan, I'll go into the allocation plan a little bit later and how we develop that. We've got increased community oversight with an 11-person oversight committee, and then really that focus on more firefighters and the facilities to house those firefighters, and then also the vegetation management component. Next slide, please. The oversight committee you can see there, it's 11 appointed people. There is heavy fire department representation of people picking those members, but they are not fire directors, no active fire chiefs, no county employees or spouses of such. And really the intent there is to have experts on the committee, but experts that are holding each other accountable, holding other cities, other fire districts, and other fire agencies accountable that they're spending the tax measure revenues in ways that are intended in this tax measure. There's also, as you'll see, representation from the general public, as well as the Sonoma County Taxpayers Association, as well as people appointed by the Mayors and Districts Association, or excuse me, Mayors and Council Association. Next slide, please. And that's the part about the annual audit for the oversight committee to have the information to make sure that those funds are being allocated properly. Next slide, please. And you might be able to hit enter one more time, and if it does, it'll highlight Petaluma. There it is. So there's the allocation plan, super easy to read. It's even better in a 200-page document with that as one of the attachments. But essentially, Petaluma would receive 7.19% of that $60 million annually, and the 60 is conservative. Right now, projections are about $62 million. For Petaluma, that range is about $4.5 to right around $4.5 million annually. And that is, as I said, codified revenue. You'll also see that 14% on the left, and then it's hard to see on the right, there's a column with 5%. So nearly 20% of the funding would be going to vegetation management, dispatch fees, and lots of county-wide benefit funding options. So Petaluma, though receiving 7.9 specifically, would be covered. 350,000 of our current fees we pay for 911 dispatch would be covered by this initiative that you're not seeing in that 7.19%. Upstaffing to pay for our personnel to be upstaffed to provide extra fire engines and ambulances during red flag warnings or winter storms would be reimbursed. That staffing would be reimbursed by this measure. Next slide, please. Another thing that we've done is really increase our partnerships and coordination. As you can see, with local labor groups, with Fire Safe Sonoma, vegetation management, and really making sure that all of our partners, not just the Board of Supervisors and the Fire Service, but make sure all of our partners are on board with this initiative. Next slide, please. And what everybody wants to know, what will this specifically do to the city of Petaluma? We recently did a comprehensive analysis, as I mentioned, that had several recommendations. Those high dollar recommendations like staffing and facilities are what we've asked for with this initiative. About $3 million will support staffing, 1.3, and depending on increased revenue, but 1.3 million and above is what will be funded annually towards our facilities. That would provide 9 firefighters for staff in our ladder truck at a central location. It helps fund. And in addition to Measure U funds, this would be additional funding we could bond against with that guaranteed revenue to build the new fire headquarters, upgrade current facilities. Next slide, please. And I said I do 10 minutes. I'm not sure where I'm at, but I know I'm close. So now's an opportunity for if you have any questions I could answer, or if there's anything I missed that you'd like to go over.
Thank you very much. I think you really hit the presentation on the mark there, and I'd like to bring it back to council to see if anyone wants to raise a question or merely to appreciate the fact that our safety is in such good hands. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, so once this measure passes, is there any deadlines or any sunsetting on it, or will it be continuous? And will there be enough money to do all the things that you've put in your master plan moving forward?
Great question. That's going to take me 10 minutes. Just kidding. There is no sunset in the initiative. So the revenue will continue until repealed, or if so repealed by voters. There is no sunset. And that was a very important, that's not usually the most popular answer, but that was very important for the fire service in this initiative. Much of this funding is going to be used to bond towards facility and infrastructure improvements of fire facilities. And you can't do that with a 10-year sunset. We're going to be hiring firefighters, up to 200 firefighters. And with the sunset clause after 10 or another deadline, it would then strap cities and fire districts with the cost of those personnel after that point. So the answer is no sunset. And then we'll be bringing November 20th, we'll be bringing to this council the final version of the facilities master plan. The facilities master plan for public safety that we've been working on, and we did a presentation a little while ago, has everything from all 3 current fire stations needing improvement, a new central fire station, and a new police station. Is all being considered in that master plan. I believe that with Measure U and the funding from this tax measure, there would be funding for the new fire station, central fire station with an emergency operations center, and a full $20 million upgrade of our current fire headquarters at 198 D Street. Our other facilities, other 2 fire stations and the police station, for replacing the police station would need to, funding for that has not been identified, and I don't believe would be able to be accomplished with the funding we'd see between Measure U and this measure.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, just 2 questions. What's your campaign budget, and is there any opposition out yet for the measure?
Great question, thank you. One of the benefits of working with labor so strongly in this is, as a signature-driven initiative, no public funds are being spent on this. So countywide fire labor groups raise the money to do the signature gathering, and they have a plan in effect that they'll be launching soon to do a campaign. I don't know exactly what that budget is, but I know they have been fundraising and are currently fundraising. And I forgot the second part of your question.
Opposition.
Opposition. No, there are challenges. We believe that that this tax measure will be the only one in March of 2024. There most likely is going to be a child care initiative in November of 24. We have not received any opposition. The Board of Supervisors just voted to unanimously support. We've reached out to several labor groups. I can't name them all, but we haven't, no opposition of yet. The only challenges we have heard and concerns are cities such as Sebastopol. We're looking at their own measures and how a countywide measure may or may not impact that.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So appreciate the presentation. It would have been nice if staff had brought this to council before it was finalized, but that didn't happen here. I do think there's some missed opportunities, and what particularly gets my attention is that although Petaluma makes up 12% of the county's population, we only get about a little over 7% of the funding that this provides. And we do, as you acknowledge, have unmet or unfunded public safety facility needs. I do hope that when you come back on November 10 with the facilities master plan, that there's some thought given to value engineering. That's something, and this is before the memory of most people on the council, although Mrs. Now might remember this. When we did the Ellis Creek sewer plant, there was a huge value engineering effort led by a consultant, a UC Davis professor who went by the affectionate nickname of Dr. Sewer. And there were ways found to make the whole thing more cost effective. And I think that's really important here because, as you mentioned, we don't have the funding lined up for a police station, which is going to be an expensive item. We don't have the funding lined up, even with this measure, for the remodels of fire stations number 2 and 3, which are both critical. People have probably seen some things going back and forth about whether Senator McGuire's SB 152 from a few years ago, which raised the local sales tax cap in Sonoma County from 2 cents to 3 cents, really established a firm 3% cap or not. And I've been in contact with Senator McGuire's staff over the last few days and was able to speak with his former chief of staff, now head advisor, Jason Lyles, who some people recall as a former Healdsburg City Council member. And with everyone on vacation now after the session has ended, he wasn't able to give me a firm reason as to why the language of the statute is as goofy as it is. But what he could tell me, it was the senator's firm intent not to have a cap that could be exceeded above 3%. So I expect that, if there's a need for cleanup legislation, we'll probably see that. And I don't know if the Our Kids, Our Future measure is going to be on the March ballot or the November ballot, but it, like this one, is trying to take advantage of the Supreme Court's decision in the Upland case, reducing the threshold for special taxes placed on by signature from 2/3 to a majority. I think when that one, I think they'll both pass. And when that does, we're going to be at the limit here in Petaluma. So it's going to make funding these additional facilities that the community really needs even more challenging. So I hope you and Chief Savano and the rest of the staff can give some thought to value engineering between now and November 10th. Thank you.
We will appreciate that comment, and we'll definitely be bringing that back.
Wonderful. Thank you. And with that, I do appreciate the presentation tonight. Once again, it points out the deficit that Petaluma has been in and the efforts we're making to dig out for it. Not sure, not exactly happy that we don't know the whole plan at this time, but it sure is nice to have creative effort towards getting something done. I really appreciate staff getting stuff done. So thank you for the presentation tonight. And now our second presentation of the evening is with the update on the trestle assessment study. And for this item, I'd like to invite Director of Public Works and Utilities, Christopher Bolt, to take the microphone here.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council and members of the public. Speaking of getting things done, we are super happy to present some important findings and set forward on a path where I think we have momentum here to get our trestle shovel ready by the end of next year. So with that, I'd like to introduce some of the folks who are with us. Can you all hear me okay? Am I close enough to the microphone? Thank you. Gina Benedetti-Pechnick is next to me. She's our Assistant Director of Public Works, a structural engineer, and a lifelong resident of Petaluma, and has a love and appreciation for the trestle. So between the two of us, we bring 60 plus years of experience in engineering and so forth. So we're happy to be here tonight to present. We also have by Zoom, we have our consultants on board, GHD. We have Christine Gaspar and Satish Chilka. And then also our timber scientists, Ron Anthony and Doug Porter are with us to help with questions and answers later on. So I do have 39 slides, but many of those are just quick photos, and I will keep this as brief as possible in saving for questions, answers, and discussion. So we have answered a lot of questions with this study, and I guess I would summarize it in an elevator if I just had 30 seconds. We have a lot of bad piles, but we have great wood on top of the piles. So we'll talk about what that means. Let me screen share here. Thank you for your patience. There we go. Great. Thank you. So we'll break this presentation to basically 6 different areas. Project background and rationale, just a quick setting of the stage. We'll talk about the assessment scope and the methodology, which is quite interesting, especially to us engineers in the room. Our key findings, just a brief overview, and some of the historic preservation elements of the project, environmental and permitting issues and status of those. And then what we're all dying to know is what are the next steps. So first of all, project background and rationale. Many of us know that the trestle was constructed in 1922 as a wooden railroad spur, and it lines the southwest bank of the Turning Basin. It's been a community gathering and promenade for many years, or that's what we envision it to be for sure. It has sustained damage over the years from exposure to the harsh marine environment. particularly in the piles, as you'll see in many of the photos we're sharing, and you can see it yourself as you walk along the trestle. Interestingly, the last locomotive traversed it in 1992, and it was closed to the public since 1994. And as we know, it is one of our top 10 priorities. So the vision is basically sixfold here. There was the hanging question many months ago as to, is this a rehabilitation project, a reconstruction project, or what? And we have determined that rehabilitation is the proper classification, and that ties to some technical definitions from the Secretary of Interior. It's an iconic gathering place, as we know, an active transportation hub is how we envision it, riverfront connector, riverfront revitalization, and also being at the heart of our downtown and a signature piece of our community, definitely important for our economic development and prosperity. Here's a beautiful rendering done by Heritage Homes of Petaluma, Robert Frank in 2016. Really paints a picture of what the trestle is and could be. And here we have an image courtesy of the Petaluma Women's Club. And this shows in the bottom one of the ideas of extending the platform landward to provide additional community gathering space. And so that is something we're exploring as part of the vision for the project. And it was included in some of the original environmental documents, which I'll touch on momentarily. So I want to highlight three key elements of the project that I've talked about before during our budget conversation. Think of a three-legged stool where you have the technical issues, which is what we're addressing this evening, and we'll be moving forward with design and so forth as soon as we can after this meeting. In fact, some of that discussion and effort has already begun. We have the ownership issue. SMART owns the structure, but the land underneath is State Lands Commission. And it's a lease. So whenever there's a change of ownership or a change of use, you have to go through the process, which can be time intensive. And then lastly, and importantly, the financial elements. And we are exploring grants and continue to leave, turn over every stone looking for funds to assist with this very important project. The key thing is to get it shovel ready, which is of course what we're talking about this evening. So on that first element, technical and design, before tonight, we didn't know what the trajectory of the condition of the trestle was. Was it getting worse and worse in a rapid fashion, much like, a house roof that's leaking and because it's leaking, things really go downhill inside due to the moisture? We didn't know what we had. But the good news is, like I said at the outset, piling bad, superstructure good. So we now know that. And the draft study was hot off the press just as of last week in its final form. Ownership, of course, we've talked about this and many are aware. We continue to have discussions with SMART and we've provided the draft study to SMART officials, and we look forward to having continued discussions to help inform the best path forward. And of course, one thing we've heard in conversations is, well, SMART will give the city the trestle, but that's not the issue. The issue really centers around liability and ongoing care and maintenance and so forth. So we need a little more information about the permitting process and requirements, particularly with regard to creosote and other elements, because otherwise the city is absorbing a huge liability. So conversations will be being held on that level. So then here is something I do want to give a huge shout out to the SMART organization for helping us with removal of the plywood so that we could do this assessment. In the picture on the left, you see the dilapidated plywood that was present prior to May or April. I think the plywood actually came off in late April, early May, just in time for the study. So this allowed our timber scientists to be able to get a real good look at all of the superstructure elements. And interestingly, they noted that it was good that we got that off because it was actually accelerating some of the deterioration by holding in moisture. So very important, and we sincerely appreciate SMART's efforts to help us with this. And the third piece of the three-legged stool involves the financial. And we do have grant experts, grant writing experts, on hold essentially to help with any and all funding requests. We've already submitted and written some, and we plan to continue to do that in perpetuity. So lastly on this chapter is the rationale, and here we kind of show a walkthrough that the 2013 design was based on a 2011 condition assessment, but it was not like this assessment. This goes much deeper. It inventories every single member of the tresser, and it really gets into the rocket science so that we can be surgical about the design. With the information we had back then, conservative assumptions were made, which are expensive. If you assume you have to replace everything, then you are building that into the cost of the project. So moving forward through this, our key step here is we're now able to move into the design phase, and the designers they are armed with all the information necessary to make intelligent decisions, which are more accurate when it comes to cost estimating for the project. Okay, so let's talk about the study itself and the assessment scope and methodology briefly. Not to get into the rocket science, but the report here, which is this blue binder that's holding up my microphone, it's about 2 inches thick. If anyone would like to read it, I'm happy to share. But every single bent of the trestle, I believe there are 38 bents, is inventoried and has been surgically evaluated. I like to use that word surgical because it reminded me of medical procedures in many ways as we looked into all the elements of the trestle. Here you can see a photo showing some of the things that were noted in our report, just a sampling. So I only have photos after this slide, so just a quick run through that it involved the inspection and evaluation of structural timber members, the visual inspection of piles. The bottom line is we know the piles are bad, so there was no sense in studying them, at great length. Wood species identification. What do we have? It is 100-plus-year-old timber, and that is some of the best wood you can find. So we wanted to verify that. Visual inspection and probing to identify insects, decay damage, and so forth. Moisture content measurements and superstructure to detect mold and fungus and decay. We used a method called resistance drilling, which you'll see some photos of here, and I'm holding a sample of what the drills print out, which is very interesting. And we then can recommend suitable replacement materials and preservative treatments that may be required. So here, there were a lot of logistics with the project. Here, the crew is shown in a small boat, a skiff, and what the gentleman is holding and pressing into the wood is basically a drill with these paper tabs, these logs in it, and a needle moves up and down. It's like an EKG for wood, showing, and if you have a hole, of course, it reads 0. It's dead, essentially. And then when you have resistance, ooh, there's life in this timber. It's strong. So these are very telling to know if you have voids. What the eyes can see is one thing, but what's inside is another. Here's a close-up where he's holding the device. And you see someone holding a clipboard and logging the drilling and recording its location one by one. And here I included some photos showing how the tape, as you push the drill through a piece of wood, how it would show, like if there was a hollow core, how it would drop to 0 in the center. I know you can't read the tapes, that's not the point, but it just kind of shows that the path of the drill bit and its resistance would be recorded. So very valuable information in knowing, the perfect piece of wood would be a solid resistance all the way through, and that one's good. So key findings. This is a quick synopsis. The pile caps, which are basically across the top of the piling, the first member, poor to excellent condition. We know that 9 of them need to be replaced. That's better than what we might have originally thought. Stringers, the level of deterioration increased, but it's confined to the same locations that we saw 10 years ago, 11 years ago. So fair to excellent condition, which is good news. The braces are in serviceable condition. We need to maybe repair and replace some of the piling, and therefore the attachments might have to be changed or modified or redone. The ties holding up the railways, level of deterioration has increased as we expected. 23% of those have large internal decay voids. And the piles, which I'll go into here more in a moment, level of deterioration has increased. It's what's exposed to the marine environment, of course. All piles require repair or replacement, and that's a key conclusion. And that's expensive because you're building from the bottom, which is always difficult. So what the appendices of the report contain are these cross sections, and these are color coded. Red is bad, of course. So anything with a red shows a drill location where we got serious problems and results to report. Yellow, of course, is still serious, and orange. And of course, if there is no color, like you see with C-126, if you can barely see it on the left side there, that was in good shape. We didn't find too many of those for piling, of course. So every single bent is recorded in the appendices of the report, which is extremely valuable for the designers. So the piling, you see in this photo on the right, what gives me nightmares as we try to tackle this project and figure out how we can rehabilitate it. This is what we call section loss. So the chart on the left is ASCE's guidance, whether you have minor loss at the very top, moderate, major, and then of course severe. And so this is what our structural engineers and our timber scientists have been trying to quantify and figure out. We know that most, if not all the piling needs some kind of rehabilitation and repair and strengthening, which I'll explain in a moment. I mean, that was obvious, so that was not the point of the study. The point of the study is what the piling are holding up. Is it salvageable? And the good news is, yes, it is, most certainly. So here's a table breaking it down. I won't go through the details, but we have an inventory of the piling, and 63% of them had cross-section losses of at least 25%, and that's serious. So the overall structural condition is rated as serious to critical. I think that's an engineering terminology, which is very important. And I'll point out that, I'll just restate that the piles are the most serious issue. We can salvage and rehabilitate the structure, though, provided that the structural integrity is restored to the piles underneath. But an important caveat is that various repairs of the superstructure elements will be needed. Some replacements, some repairs, and so forth. So a lot of bad piles, a lot of good 100-year-old wood above them. So that's some very good news for us. So how do you fix piles? Well, here are some examples. There are 3 slides here that show techniques that we're exploring. When I said design is already underway, this is what I mean. Fiberglass sleeves filled with grout. And you can see in the photo on the right what that looks like. Of course, that can be painted to kind of blend in with the historical needs of the project. There's also helical piles that can be installed for those that need full replacement. So those timber piles that we can save, we will, using the method I just showed. Those that need replacement, this is an option. We wouldn't want to, helical piles are an option. I'll just stop there without going into too much detail. And steel piles would be another option. So, historic preservation. Historic Resources Evaluation Report was updated in February of 2023. Basically, individually eligible for National Register of Historic Places, individually eligible for the California Registry of Historic Resources, individually eligible as a local landmark, and eligible as a contributor to the National Registered List, listed Petaluma Historic Commercial District. So very important information provided in this updated report, which is now finalized. We will post that on the website for the project shortly. So project requirements for rehabilitation will be clarified through consultation with SHPO officials. Lovely photo on the left, I'm sure you agree, from the Sonoma County Public Library. Another great photo. And yet another. So quickly touching on environmental and permitting issues. Good news is that CEQA, the Mitigated Negative Declaration, was adopted by Council back in 2012. And importantly, it included several construction methods to provide the city flexibility in its final design. So the good news is what we're talking about today is still applicable based on the CEQA documents that we have in hand. It included an expanded pedestrian walkway decking option, as we showed earlier in the presentation. A change in design or site conditions might trigger an addendum or other supplemental CEQA documents, of course. So environmental permitting timelines. We've been at work way back to 2011 working on wetland delineation verifications, state lands, jurisdiction determination, and so forth. Moving forward to just this April, we had a big meeting with various agencies listed here: SHPO, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, U.S. Coast Guard, and San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the National Marine Fisheries Service, and received a lot of great input about the project. One concern that was shared is the creosote in the piling, which I mentioned earlier as one of those looming liability issues that we need to be careful of because of remediation requirements that could potentially exist and so forth. So in July of 2023, we then updated the biological resource evaluation, which is in draft form, and it's currently under review. So things are moving, and we look forward to moving forward with design, as I'll explain in a moment, to take the environmental forward. So next steps. This is the high level, and then the next slide, we'll zoom in. Council and community input on the vision and design is important. That's already occurred, but we have new staff, we have new leadership in the community, new council members, new board members, so we want to give an opportunity to lay out the options for design and make the best possible decision moving forward. And basically, it's reconstruct the trestle as it is with a walkway, pathway on top, and or the second option would be to extend that boardwalk to the landward side. We want to complete the design and permitting with our goal of having it shovel ready by the end of next year, December, and we're still on target for that timeline as shared in our top 10 goals and priorities. Although some of the internal things have shifted around, the overall goal we're holding fast to. We definitely want to continue to pursue funding through various channels, including local stakeholders, and we want to continue to explore ownership models and options. So the heart of the presentation, this is newly updated. This is different from the one you saw. Gina and I spent some time today. We've talked with our consultants about some of the details, and community engagement is paramount. That really continues through the whole project, but we kind of show a high focus area from January through June of next year as we develop and refine. Moving into design, you see we have 2 stars. It's a lighter green in November as we ramp up and really roll up sleeves and get into the details, but towards March, we would have what I would call about a 30% design concept ready to go so that we can begin the permitting process. A 10 to 30%, we'll say. And then moving further with design, that could be darker green all the way to August as we develop the plans and specifications to get the project ready for bids. So permitting and applications, that starts back in March, as is shown there, but would continue all the way through acquisition when that permit is actually in hand. Very important milestone. We can't control that. What we can control is the application, of course, and we'll do that as quickly as possible. So grant research and applications is ongoing. We, again, as I mentioned, we have excellent grant writers who are going to assist us. The thing we've learned so far with grant applications is the project needs to be shovel ready to be a solid candidate for much of the funding. So we really have to move the needle. About this time next year, though, we'll be in an exceptional position to really score well, I think, or much better than we do today with our grant applications. So ownership and land transactions, and this is an estimated timeline. Again, we don't control, but we can keep the conversation going. The concern, as you see in the footnote there, I know it's fine print on the screens, my apologies, but it basically says this is estimated because additional time might be needed for the State Lands Commission approval. But we can get in there, get everything submitted, and get in the queue for consideration as part of their meetings. And then lastly, of course, we show the overall milestone of having the project shovel ready, meaning that we have permits in hand, we can bid the project out once we get the funding. So very important. So we look forward to receiving grant funds so that it can be bid out in 2025 at some point. Trying to advance slides here, but There we go. Back to the vision. And we are in the process of updating the project website. We realized that I think the last update had occurred in May or so, and there's a lot that's been happening. So we are also excited. I'll just share with you all that we have job offers out for several project managers and engineers. We want to thank you all for supporting our budget request to add some of those resources to our team, and we're super excited to dedicate their time and energy to this project, along with Gina, myself, and our engineering CIP manager. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's a much-awaited report, and I appreciate you going into such detail. I'd like to bring it back to council to see who has a question on the update we see. Councilmember Posake?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Chris, for that report. I wondered, all the piles, I presume, are creosoted. Is that are coated with creosote? You mentioned that the the preference of I suppose the permitting folks is to have the creosote removed. And are the structures above treated with creosote as well, or just the piles? Just the piles?
Just the piles predominantly. Some of the ties might be. I'd like to call upon Christine maybe to help with a response to this question.
May I ask, does that satisfy your question that some are, some aren't, and the piles mostly are?
Well, yeah, I was just wondering if possibly everything
I don't
was
think
gonna
we're going
have
to get a
be
percentage
replaced
that's
'cause they're all
exactly
creosote.
a number.
Yeah, that would, yeah, so. Sounds like that's
Hi,
unlikely.
Christopher.
There she is.
You're correct. It's the piles.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to confirm. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, so questions dealing with the superstructure wood on the top. Being it's already 100 years old. And I just happen to remember reading long ago that the Stradivarius violins were made from 400-year-old beams from an old church. And there's actually chemistry that goes on to actually increases the strength of wood over time, especially when they get over 100 years old. And there's actually like a preservation chemistry that goes on as it like almost becomes stone. So in the superstructure above on that wood, there is two categories. I would say there's salvageable wood and things that could be reused in another structure, in a future structure. And so I was wondering what percentage of the wood could be used for salvage. Now it's could be used not here, but somewhere else, make artwork out of it, do something with it, repurpose it for something else, because these large beams would be very, very expensive to buy new, or I don't even know if you can get these size beams new at all anymore, especially of the type of wood that they are. It's probably ancient redwood, some of it maybe, or whatever. So what part of it is salvageable and could be repurposed? What percentages would be reusable within it? And if there's less than 50% reusable, then is there a way of maybe modifying the whole system to do a partial wood trestle and then a partial cement structure like we have in the rest of the walkway that goes up? It's mostly a cement structure above as you head toward Washington Street. So I'm looking at percentages for superstructure and how much is preservable, reusable, and if less than 50%, can we modify the plans and rebuild partial of it versus all of it?
Thank you. Great question, and I love the tie to Stradivarius, being an aficionado of music myself. So I want to turn to Doug and Ron, our timber scientists, to help with this, if they could. I think the encouraging news is that the superstructure is in much better condition than we initially thought. So, Doug, Ron?
Yeah, this is Ron. Thank you for that question. Unfortunately, the timber that we find in the trestle and other structures does not increase in strength like the violins do. That would be great if it did. But the opposite side, if that is maintained and protected, it will last, it can last for a long time. So the wood that's in there is good. The question about what percentage is salvageable, we did not go through that analysis. The question was really, is this wood in good enough condition that it can be used as a trestle structure if it were to be rehabilitated? And so our focus was on that. But it's fair to say that certainly more than 50%, a lot more than 50% of the superstructure is able to stay in place. The areas that have some need for repair would be around connections, and those could be repaired. I'll use the term locally. You don't have to replace an entire beam if just the end of it needs to have a repair. You can attach another beam to that. You can put a reinforcing bracket. There are a number of ways that could be done. So you've got a stick of timber, a very large timber, that's in really pretty good shape, except maybe it's got some deterioration. That's what we focused on, so we could pass that information on to the rest of the team to look at what is needed for the next phase, which is the design aspect of it. But certainly you can walk away thinking that more than 50% of the timber in the superstructure is good enough to stay in place.
Thank you. And would also like to ask, in one of the slides, it said that the shovel-ready would be fiscal year 24, 25, and you mentioned December 24. Can we get a text edit in there that it doesn't say fiscal year 24, 25, which is till June? And I mean, really, we have a goal for being done, the verbal commitment you made. I'd love to have that as an update. And then I note that community engagement was listed for now and is not shown to start till January in the slide. And I think this presentation would be a great road show if we had an opportunity to go out. And I'm not sure if that what constitutes public engagement, but I think it is. So I would love to see that slide showing public engagement starting, keeping on schedule now rather than slipping. I mean, so many things we're finding are causing slippage. And then I think I'd like to know if funding was available sooner than your shovel-ready date, would we be able to deliver the project at a sooner date? It's a priority. I'm wondering, like, how are we treating it like a priority where we can accelerate and pull some tricks out of the engineering bag, or not? Is that just,
Great question, and I'd like you to chime in, Gina, here, but we are showing the expedited timeline, that, even if money fell in our hands today, we still have to bid it, we still have to get the permits, we still have to have the plans and specs, we still needed this study to inform the design. And as we laid out this timeframe, we felt that this was the most expeditious path forward. Gina?
I think I just add that critical path is, for that construction phase, is going to be the permitting. And so design will be probably complete and ready. We may have funding in place, but we likely won't have all of the agency permits primed and ready.
did see that footnote
So-
down there for state lands. Yeah, that's a
so
difficult one.
That's sort of what I'm anticipating. That said, if permits fall into place uncharacteristically fast and easy, then maybe we can bump it, yeah.
If that was the case, yes, we could actually bid it after August, because you see the plans and specs are done. So
Perfect. Okay.
we will continually explore this.
We have had great support from our state legislature, from county supervisors, been really supportive on this, as SMART as an organization. And so maybe things get through permitting faster the higher you push them. So I'd be interested in inviting those parties, Senator McGuire and Supervisor Rabbit, to try and assist us in accelerating the permit, because we sure want the project to stay on time here. So, and Council Member now.
Thank you for including the pictures of the historic pictures, I should say, of the River Festival that we did in the 90s. I see some people that were in the audience that were part of that in the 90s. A public comment came through this afternoon that reminded us that there's not an ownership by the city, it's owned by SMART. Do we need to talk to the city attorney about what the city's liability is when we accept that ownership piece? And do we have matching grant money ready to match the grants that we have to do the work?
So on the transactional part and the liability and ownership, those are important discussions that we'll need to conclude. Ownership, collaboration. I mean, SMART has been a wonderful partner as we've seen recently regarding the second SMART station and on other topics. And I don't anticipate that's going to continue, but there's still some sizable things to be worked out there, and I don't think I heard Christopher mention anything about funding in hand. So, I think there are question marks both, but I'll leave it to staff about both the primary funding and matching funding. So those are some big things that are also on the critical path for us to be able to address satisfactorily. And then there's ongoing maintenance costs and, those considerations for that facility. Thanks.
I apologize for being the bearer of bad news, but I wanted to bring it up and make sure it was in the transcripts for this evening.
Thank you. I can answer your grant question if you'd like. So we are exploring options for a budgetary adjustment because right now our capital improvements plan includes expenditures, I think, of 1.3 million, just glancing at the screen, or 1.2 million roughly. And the funding source, as you see with many CIP projects, is undetermined. And there's a good reason to show that so that granting agencies and in your application, you can show the need. It's a priority. Council's adopted it as a project and a priority, but we have undetermined funding. So that's very important because we submit the budget authorizing resolution with it to say, council wants this. But we have to fund, as you can see from the chart and timeline, we have a chicken and egg problem where we've got to get the design done and the permits in hand so that we can then get the grants. So long story short, matching grant funds, matching dollars for grant funds are not yet, determined, but I think we would all, if we got a grant, we would work very hard to find those matching funds and strategize accordingly internally. Right now, we're strategizing internally to figure out how we can pay for roughly $500,000 worth of design costs to get the project ready for bids. So that's our priority right now. I've been talking with with Corey about that, our finance director, and the wheels are in motion. So.
Thank you. I think the follow-up question to that would be, is not having that funding identified impeding the ability to accomplish the tasks that get us to the deadline of shovel-ready December?
Short answer, no. In fact, we didn't have the money for this assessment in the budget either, but we found the money and we got the project done, all city funded. So we're doing the same as we move forward with design.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the capital budget. I was looking through it a couple weeks ago and I identified that between the parks, facilities, and public works, there's about $66 million of unfunded capital projects. And I just want to remind everybody in the audience that we've probably got about $200 million of deferred maintenance, that we're making progress on and chipping away at. We've brought in over $100 million in grants in the last 2 years. And so we do have people who are working hard on this. But also the city needs to raise revenues. And so things like that help us bring in more money, it's so that we can do things like this because everybody's really passionate about the trestle who's in here tonight, but also I know there's a lot of parents out there that want us to improve the quality of our fields, There's a lot of people who are asking us not to use artificial turf, and we don't want to use artificial turf, but we also need to make sure we're fully funding those things too. And everything costs money. And unfortunately, the city doesn't have any gold bricks sitting in our basement. So thank you for your patience. We are making it a priority. We're going to keep pushing it forward, and someday soon we will have we'll have a trestle.
Thank you. That's a great insight. Yes, appreciate that comment. And thank you very much, staff, for the presentation tonight. I know the public anxiously awaited that, and hopefully we can have other opportunities to update the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And let's move to our general public comment for the evening. And during general public comment, the public's invited to make comment on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, and depending on the number wishing to speak tonight, we'll be allocating in equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. So if you wish to comment on the trestle or the fire measure, this is your chance to turn in a card. If you wish to speak on both of them, one card is sufficient because one speaking opportunity is all you get, no matter how many topics you have opinions on. So we are now doing that step, and while we do that, I would like to ask the clerk if we've had online comments arrive and via email.
Yes, we received 8 general public comments, and those are posted with the agenda online.
Thank you so much. Let's invite our Zoom audience to find out who wishes to participate in general public comment. You have the script?
Mayor, I recall that the attorney was going to say a few words.
You are quite correct. Thank you very much for keeping me on track. I'd like to invite our city attorney to comment on situations in the community these days regarding public comment at meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to make my remarks brief. In view of disruptions that have recently occurred at other local government public meetings, I'm reminding members of the public that meetings of the Petaluma City Council and other Petaluma Brown Act bodies are limited public forums. That means that the right of the public to speak is limited in comparison to the public's right to speak in a traditional or designated forum. Public comments at meetings of Petaluma Brown Act bodies, like the City Council, are limited to comments on topics within the legislative body's subject matter jurisdiction, meaning something it can do something about, and during general public comment, and they're limited to comments pertinent to agenda items during public comment on those agenda items. The Brown Act, the California Open Meeting Law that governs most local governments, including the city, permits these limits on public participation so that government bodies can effectively conduct the public's business and the public can participate meaningfully and serve their oversight function over the government's performance of their business. These limits are consistent with the U.S. and California constitutions concerning limited public forums such as city council meetings. With the mayor's permission, I will assist him in identifying public comments that are not within the city council subject matter jurisdiction or not pertinent to an agenda item to help us efficiently conduct the business on tonight's city council agenda without disruption. If a speaker's comments are not topics within the council's subject matter jurisdiction or are not pertinent to an agenda item being discussed, I will ask the moderator to mute the speaker so I can remind the speaker to limit their comments to topics within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction or to an agenda item being discussed. If the speaker fails after a reminder to limit their comments as required, I will suggest that the moderator permit the next member of the public to speak. Members of the public should be aware that if public comments from people attending tonight's meeting virtually do not adhere to the requirements for Petaluma Brown Act meetings, I may suggest and/or the mayor may decide to terminate the ability of those attending the meeting virtually to make public comments to avoid further disruption of the meeting. The Brown Act does not require permitting members of the public to comment from a remote location except when a legislative body member is also participating remotely, and tonight that is not the case. The City Council meeting rules and the Brown Act and other applicable law permit the mayor to so limit remote public participation if he chooses. If the mayor elects to terminate remote public comments, members of the public observing tonight's meeting virtually can still submit their comments to the clerk in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's not good to see those disruptions that have come to all the other boards and things, and certainly don't want to have that here. I think we're back to our Zoom audience.
Yes, Mayor, at this time, I will start our clock for general public comment. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. And Mayor, at this time, I have 30 attendees and 10 hands raised.
Thank you very much. I have 11 speaker cards here and 10 with you, making 21. And I think we'll set the clock for a 1-minute speaking interval for each person who wishes to speak tonight. First, we'll have the speakers that are in-house, and then we'll move back to Zoom. So the first speaker in-house is Eric Leland. The second speaker is Joanna Pan.
Thank you very much. There was a white supremacist hate speech attack in downtown Petaluma recently. They vandalized our downtown for racist and anti-Semitic hate. I was asked to read the following statement from a Jewish resident in Petaluma. Eric, thank you for presenting my statement to City Council tonight. I'm sorry the situation has come to a place where it could be dangerous for me to reveal who I am by presenting my thoughts myself. It's obviously time for action. I'm sad to say that not long ago there were Nazis in Herman Sons Hall, a few blocks from the synagogue on Western Street. Petalumans fought to rid the town of them. But sad to say, the face of hate is back again. Anti-Semitism and hate speech is here. What will we do about it? Do we wait like the proverbial frog and let the temperature rise slowly to a boil when it's too late, or do we act now? The Sonoma County Supervisors signed a resolution condemning anti-Semitism and all hate speech. All Petalumans and all people everywhere demand and deserve a peaceful and all-inclusive community.
Thank you very much. 1 minute is not long. Please try and get your whole message in. Joanna Pan, to be followed by Daryl Pike.
Do I have a minute or a minute and a half? Oh, it's starting. Okay. The City of Petaluma's website on the diversity, equity, inclusion portion states its commitment to DEI. Part of this reads that to succeed as a prosperous, healthy, and equitable community, it's essential that our city embrace and model diversity, equity, and inclusion in our policies, programs, and services. There's been a rise in white supremacy behavior across the country, our county, and sadly in our town. Last week, there were white supremacist stickers found placed around our downtown area. On the city's Facebook page, this was characterized as general vandalism and said nothing about the nature of what it truly was, a hate crime and the spreading of white supremacist material. The comments that ensued were making light of the situation, for example, making references to bathtubs on stilts, questioning what the big deal is with stickers because the post did not explicitly call out or plainly characterize what this behavior was. The Anti-Defamation League speaks about the importance of calling out and speaking out against.
Thank you very much. And Daryl Pike, to be followed by Rosemary Hart.
Little.
There you go.
The mic ain't on.
It's on. Speaking.
Okay. My name is Daryl Pike. I'm from Little Woods Mobile Villa, and I received a notice that they're going to rent increase of 342%. I thought we had rent control under control right now, and they couldn't go over 10%. This is ridiculous. There's no way I would be able to live at this mobile home park when it's over $2,400 a month. I can't afford that. My brother can't afford that. And we need to take care of this, make sure that everybody has a place to live and at a reasonable price. Thank you very much for your time. Oh, by the way, they raised my electric bill from $99 to $345 in 1 month.
Thank you very much.
Thank
And I might remind speakers that often it's beneficial to submit the comments in writing and maybe with an action request on top of them with documentations. And Rosemary Hart, to be followed by Ellen Webster.
I'm Rosemary Hart here on behalf of the Petaluma Women's Club, and we are a community partner with the city on getting the trestle done, and we see a disconnect here that in 2022, the city council voted it a high priority because that would let it access the limited number of funds that was available. And the material analysis today wouldn't have been done without the Petaluma Women's Club because we connected the city with Sierra Lorenz, who had a contact that removed a $100,000 cost for a boom and a barge. We would like to see a real commitment, and the council can vote that you use Measure U funds for the trestle. And
Thank you very much. Ellen Webster, to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
Good evening. My name is Ellen Webster, and basically I want to bring a face, mine, to the recent spate of anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, anti-Semitism is not new to Petaluma. Both my kids experienced it in the schools. As I stand here, I'm nervous and worried about the attention I will bring to myself, not only as a community member, but also as I sit on the dais during the school board meetings. And I call on the council to make a strong resolution regarding hate speech, homophobia, racism, anti-Semitism, that someone kicked over a rock and it all came crawling out, and it's become very public, and as a Jew, very, very scary. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Peter Cherniff.
Yes, my name is Catherine Farowski. I live at Littlewoods Villa Mobile Park. I got the same notice that Darrell Pike did and all the residents. This is illegal. This increase is illegal. You're going to put a lot of residents, all the residents in that mobile park homeless, even the little small children homeless. This increase is illegal by law. And also too, they don't maintain the park. They don't do capital improvements. They don't do maintenance in that park. You need to, when you do the flag, you need to do justice for the residents of Littlewoods at all the mobile parks in this park, at the city, not for the owners. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. Peter Chernoff, to be followed by Jessica Moses.
Mr. Mayor, could we ask for a copy of that document?
Yes, we can. Anyone who has received that document from the owners, it would be wonderful if it's submitted to so apparently we have received copies of this, and we'll be referring it to the city attorney and staff for comment. Thank you. Peter Cherniff, to be followed by Jessica Moses.
I am Peter. I'm calling forth a feminine, the goddess, to almightily surge with all power and authority, all corruptions to purge, and showing this world what they could never heist, that love's true power overcoming through the authority and the light of Christ. For truly the freedom strike being God's plan, as surely as Bob Marley gave us, Almighty God is the living man. From the time of Moses, murder included the animals, and that was altered by the same people that put the boss on the cross. They put Yeshua, Jesus, on the cross, which was the herding elite back then, just like they control things now. They protect and control over religions and politicians in service to the morticians with their trafficking of children, women, heroin wars, and the slaughterhouse stores. I am Peter, and I am praying, and Our Lady of America command freedom for these innocents, and empowered by ISIS amidst the depths of this crisis, and for us to open up our hearts and to be real, to seal the deal.
Thank you very much. That's our minute for the evening, and Jessica Moses to be followed by John Hanania.
Thank you to staff for this long-awaited presentation on the trestle. First, I'd like to request that you update the city page for this project and include a link to tonight's presentation. Now, to be clear, the vision as it has been sketched out is attractive. That said, I'd like to encourage staff and council to continue to be measured in their scrutiny of the ownership and land transactions. As much as the community wishes for this riverfront property to be revitalized, we should not let our love of the history cloud our judgment and balloon spending. We should be cautious about spending a ton of money to revitalize a costly lemon that we're taking off of Smart's hands. I appreciate Councilmember Barnacle's perspective on the unfunded projects and the city's lack of gold bars. Particularly when it comes to taking on the liability and future upkeep, please be thoughtful about what Petaluma is spending to recover the trestle versus perhaps being paid to preserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hanania to be followed by Robert Hansen.
The parrot flew away before I got in. First of all, I want to thank you, Kevin, for what you did. What you did is you did something hasn't been done for a long time, put a time limit on the council comment. So for that, I want to thank you. Second, I don't know if you're on probation or not, but why is Teresa Barrett's picture higher than everybody else? I noticed that. I want to talk about the half-cents tax. I think that's, me personally, I don't think that's enough. Because when it comes to public safety, half cents is really not enough as far as I'm concerned. Everybody else is asking for more tax than anybody you can think of. Your gas going sky high. It gone up more than 30% for the last 2 months. 11.5% tax on ammunition and guns. So is public safety only worth half a cent? I don't think so. I think it's worth a lot more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Hansen to be followed by Dwayne Bellinger.
Good evening, everybody. To everybody, I wish the best in health and spirit. 76 years ago, our state, our country was given to my generation. It's the obligation, it's the duty of every generation to produce a state, a country more prosperous, dedicated to the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of every citizen of the United States. And I have failed. I apologize. To the hundreds of thousands, the 200 major corporations that have fled the state of California, I apologize. I have failed. To our children that I allowed our state and federal government to lock up for 2 years, tell them there was nothing but disease and death if they walked outside. Deprive them of the citizens.
Thank you very much. That's their minute for the night, Robert. And Dwayne Bellinger, which is our last in-house speaker.
Oh, very good. Dwayne here. My topic is not nearly as powerful as opposing the racism. But I will say that on the way here, the SMART train was stopped there at Corona. And where the traffic was awful. It's time to start planning for that area and start planning very good because it was a disaster. And the second thing I would say is that we have a society where we have been subsidizing carbon use. And this city has done wonderful things. It's reducing its carbon footprint. It's done really good things. But I look at the federal government subsidizing cars to the tune of $2,000 each car. We don't give that much for education. And the state of California subsidizes cars, that is, takes in money and distributes it to car uses to the tune of $600. How much does this?
Thank you. That's a minute for the evening. And I would like to turn it over to our moderator to invite in the Zoom audience.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start with Darren R. Darren, please, I will unmute you.
Thank you, moderator. My comment is going to be about objective design standards. These are increasingly important protections for any of the projects that come forward in Petaluma that are what's called a ministerial project. That is a project that won't be seen by our planning commission, and we will have little control over the design and look and feel of the project. Objective design standards are what our city puts in place to have some control over what those projects look like. We're going to see objective design standards at our next planning commission meeting. It will be the only time we see them, and they have to be passed by the end of the year due to grant funding. I just want to bring that to the attention of council that this is on a really accelerated timeline now after a couple of years of staff working on them. I just want to make sure when we have projects like this that are funded by a grant that we allow them to surface a little bit sooner to let that iterative process with the public have a chance to take place and they don't feel rushed, especially when it's something as important as objective design standards. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Judy S. Judy, you may now unmute, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I know I have only a short amount of time here. I want to mention the equity programs. I know I'm a white person. I'm sticking up for myself like everybody else does. So please don't feel like this is racist. But there is an equity program in the county that mentions things against white people. It mentions racist tropes about white people owning too much and that we need to even the playing field. Those practices are illegal. Affirmative action was just thrown out by the Supreme Court. So your equity programs within your county and your city ordinances are illegal. They're holding back opportunities from white people. It is the epitome of racism. And when you hear all of these boomers and Jews complaining, what do you think white people feel like? Do we think we feel safe? And do you think we feel bashful to comment about our own struggles? We can't say anything.
Thank you very much for your minute here, and we will move to the next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is Darnell. Give me just a minute here. Darnell, you may now unmute. Darnell, you may now unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm totally thrown off by the level of kvetching and so-called victim status that a lot of the citizens there do. And with all respect to my elders that are there, I see one who admitted that he had dropped the ball and his generation had dropped the ball. You know, the previous speakers complain and cry about so-called white supremacists, so-called Nazis, and so-called proverbial frog. The irony is almost too thick to handle, as people like myself used to talk about feeling like the same proverbial frog. You know, white people like myself can no longer tell the truth about simple facts. From your fentanyl to your COVID to your lies, it's just sickening. And, you know, I cannot believe that the people there don't have the courage to stand up in person in these city councils and just tell the truth. That's all we want. Tell the truth and don't call it racism or white supremacy. It's disgusting and we're sick of it.
Thank you. And we'll move to our next speaker.
Okay, our next speaker is Dennis R. Dennis, you may now unmute yourself.
Yes, hello.
You're on.
Yes, hello. Is it white privilege to have our culture and racial identity erased and replaced? To have our borders overrun by invaders on our dime? To have our women raped and told they deserved it? To be murdered in our own homes by deranged blacks? And to have our children groomed by homosexual Jews?
Excuse me. Excuse me, Nancy, could you
Yes.
mute the speaker, please?
I have muted him, yes.
Thank you. So as I indicated I would earlier tonight, I'm going to give the public a reminder that the Brown Act gives members of the public the right to give public comment regarding agenda items on topics that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. And Government Code Section 54957.95, which is part of the Brown Act, authorizes the mayor to have someone that is disrupting a city council meeting removed. So this is my reminder to this speaker and others that if your comments are not are not addressing topics that are in the council subject matter jurisdiction, that I believe the comments we were just hearing are not, then I'll recommend that we go to the next speaker. And if the remote comments continue in that disruptive manner outside of the discourse that is appropriate for the city council meeting in accordance with the Brown Act and the council's rules and the federal and the state constitutions, then the mayor may, if he chooses, terminate remote participation in tonight's meeting. So that's my reminder. Back to you, Nancy. Thank you.
Well, at this point, I think I'll take your recommendation and move us on to the next speaker at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, just a minute, please. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike S. Mike S., please unmute.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, just really quickly, I wanted to give a shout out to Handsome Truth and the GDL, and this recent uptick in what the public is calling anti-Semitism, or like the flyers that you guys may have seen.
All right, let's pause this for a minute. I mean, we're not here to dispute so-called anti-Semitism or Semitism. It is not subject matter to the city council, and so I'd like to move us to the next item, the next speaker.
That's wrong. You didn't say anything wrong.
Okay, Mayor, our next speaker is Ava L. Ava, please unmute.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to draw attention to an upcoming Petaluma Pride event that will be taking place on October 14th, featuring a drag and burlesque show that is sponsored in part by the Sonoma County Democratic Party. This is what our tax dollars are going to. Lovely. Among the participating vendors are the California Teachers Association of Redwood, the Petaluma Library, which is no surprise there, as they love their drag story hour charades, and charter schools and health centers are also on the list.
Nancy, cut.
Nancy, I don't believe that event is a city event or within the council's subject matter jurisdiction.
And we'll move to the next speaker.
Okay. Next speaker, Leonard F. Please unmute.
Hello there. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, perfect. First off, I'd like to say God bless America. God bless our Constitution. God bless the wonderful people that built this nation. God bless the BLM. God bless trans rights, LGBTQ rights. We have the right to be free in this country. That is something that we take for granted. This isn't communist China. This isn't the USSR. This isn't modern day Russia. This isn't Canada. We have the right to be free. And as such, as American citizens, we need to take pride in the fact that we're allowed to be free. So on top of saying,
may I interrupt for a second? We'll pause at this. At this point in this comment, I do not see a connection, and I would like you to make that connection, or we will terminate the call.
Okay, you want me to allow him to, okay. Okay, you may speak again.
My apologies. I was just praising this great nation that we live in, and we should also be able to say that white lives matter as well as black lives matter. All lives
Thank you.
matter.
And next.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm just wondering whether you want to continue with remote public comment tonight.
Do we have 2 speakers left, according to my count?
I think we have 2 or 3.
I think we have determined a pattern tonight that has caused a disruption of the meeting, and as such, we need to return the meeting to subject matter, business matters at hand. And since our Zoom participation is an optional elective on the city's part, not part of our required, we will close public comment for the evening and move to our next agenda item. Our next agenda item is council comments. And so let's bring it back up to the council. And we had a nice step forward at our last meeting where council kept its comments under 90 seconds. And I'd like to ask the council to try and abide by that again this evening. And I think do we have a 90-second clock up tonight? We do. This is fun.
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Just give me just a second if you don't mind.
I think I'll start with Councilmember Barnacle this evening, who I know is a less than 90-second kind of guy.
Mr. Mayor?
No pressure.
I'll be up in just a minute here.
All right. Last couple weeks, I've attended some Blue Zone meetings and the Better Cities Film Festival twice. Really enjoyed both of those. I want to echo the call to check your carbon monoxide poisoning, as we did have an issue with carbon monoxide poisoning that sent a dozen people to the hospital this last week, or a week and a half ago. And I'm particularly disturbed and outraged by the white supremacy that we're seeing in our town and clearly on our Zoom links. And I'd be encouraged to just shut down remote participation in meetings. Thank you.
Much appreciated. I know that was pressure and not advised early, so we appreciate the brevity. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I would also support getting rid of remote public comment on general public comment matters. I think once that genie is out of the bottle, and it was tonight, we're not going to put it back in. So I think we should just go to in-house general public comment going forward. I would also support any anti-hate resolutions that can be brought forward and flying additional flags from city flagpoles to demonstrate the city's commitment in that regard. I did want to report out a couple of things from the League of Cities conference in Sacramento 10 days ago. The North Bay Division has a new set of officers. The new president is Councilmember Miriam Abudamas of the City of American Canyon. First Vice President is Janelle Kelman of Sausalito. Second Vice President, Natalie Rogers of Santa Rosa. And the past President, Alma Hernandez of Sassoon City. And then finally, I did attend a CalPERS presentation which contained a mix of good news and bad news. I don't think I can go into this in any meaningful detail in 20 seconds, but I'd be happy to report on that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
Thank you. This is very disturbing. I am Jewish, and I am extremely stressed out over this. And I know anti-Semitism. You can smell it a mile away. And what's happening in this county is not surprising to me or in this city. I support dropping the Zoom. You know, you can have it on the people can watch the meeting. If they want to make comments, they can come down here and they can show their faces. Because they're cowards, and that's who they are, because they stand by Zoom, and they can't even show their faces. And if you want to come down and make comments, then come on down and make your comments, but you'll be cut off here also, but at least your faces will be shown. And I support a resolution. I worked with Eric Leland, and we brought it to the Board of Supervisors. They supported one. Mike, Councilmember Healy, I'd be happy to work with you on language for one for Petaluma. And I'd like to work with Eric Leland because we don't have to really reinvent the wheel. We already have a very good resolution that we can just tweak if we need to, but I encourage all cities to adopt these resolutions. As far as Joanna Pond's comment on the city's website, we need to do better. You don't call this vandalism. This is hate crime. If that's what it is, it's a hate crime. And we need to do better, and we need to not hide behind it and pretend that if we don't say anything, it's going to go away, because it's not going away. And so I'm looking forward to working with you on that, Mike. Councilmember Healy. And then the Planning Commission, we had our meeting, and the meeting, we're going to be putting a booklet together so the public really understands how the Planning Commission works, what the language means, to make it, to simplify it. And it's really a good process actually for the planning commissioners, because it's a hard process. It's a hard process to wrap your arms around and really understand. And so I think this is going to be a real value, and I'm really glad that we're moving in that direction. I too was at the League of California Cities, and I was at one of the forums I was at was members, elected officials who have been attacked much worse than what we saw today. I mean, this was minor today compared to what people I know are going through from Livermore all the way up to Santa Rosa. And it's really unacceptable. And so, you know, I'm tired of hearing about the white supremacy. I'm tired of hearing about white privilege. I mean, the fact of the matter is, when you're white, you do have privilege. And when you're a person of color, you're looked at differently. And sometimes we have to look internally to really understand where we stand and what we really think, because we've been raised with this, and it's really hard to reverse. On another, I'll just leave another note as far as the fire smoke alarms. I had to call the police. The fire department came to my house one day because my alarm kept going off, and it ended up being a tiny little spider that was causing the alarm to go off. And so here you have a big trucks coming to your house because they said they wanted to come, because I was afraid to open my door, you know, the garage door, because I wasn't sure if there was a fire, and it was a tiny little spider. So I encourage people also to vacuum around their
Okay.
smoke alarms. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you. Please,
Mayor.
let's keep it down.
Would you like me to let council members know when their time has expired, or would you like to do that?
I think we're on an honor system here,
Okay.
and sometimes the importance of the matter warrants the
Yes, absolutely.
the time. Councilmember Now.
Well, I'm going to keep it short and sweet, but the Little Woods mobile home tenants did receive, it's 161 pages. Some of you received it Friday, some of it you received today, and the rest of the park tenants will be receiving it. It's not in Spanish, it is all in English. It's very legalese and technical, and our city clerk got a copy as soon as they started mailing it out. So I asked the city clerk to somehow or another give a copy. I got mine because I visited the tenants over the weekend and again today. I stress that if you feel stressed as a resident, we're doing everything as we can with the legal system, with the arbitration, that any rent increase that high, which is like 150%, will go immediately to arbitration, and our housing staff will be working with you and the Petaluma People Service Center. I have 22 seconds left. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, so wear pink. Remind your loved ones to get their mammograms and do self-checking. And we all have someone we've lost to this horrible disease of cancer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Perfect. Councilmember Pozike.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to support the request to go ahead and pass a resolution here by this body, as well as to go back and look at the recommendations of our ad hoc Citizens Advisory Committee on DEI, or however that was phrased, and be sure we're moving as quickly as we can on all these, because these kinds of things are just unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't think it'll require an action level. I think the consensus of the council expressed tonight will cause that action to occur. Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to support all the prior comments. I fully support everything that's been set up here so far. I did attend lots of different, over a dozen activities, events, and things. The most important, probably all surrounding climate change and climate change adaptation actions that are coming our way. Most important, probably ag and open space. I went ahead and volunteered and now am on the acquisition subcommittee, as well as on the matching grant review committee. So hopefully I can make some impact there to bring some monies here to Petaluma on with those two things. The GPAC did not meet. However, it is going to meet again because the Climate Action Plan, which is now the blueprint for carbon neutralization, is now on our website. And it's very long, it's very deep, it's very aggressive, very detailed. I've already submitted 3 pages of comments, but there's lots of things to work on and discuss. There is a public meeting coming up on Thursday, the 12th, 4 p.m. before the Climate Commission, which I'm the liaison for, is meeting at 6 or 6:30. But before then is the 4 p.m. The public is invited and actually see it being presented to the public and have discussions at that time before the general commission meets. I did attend the Tiny House conference, which was 2 days, and there is a national and even international movement for tiny houses for not only ADUs, but also for market rate villages and even for people's villages for the homeless and needy. And this is a coming trend all over, that's happening all over the world, and
Thank
especially
you.
here in the US. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I'd like to add just 2 points tonight. Besides participating in many of the same committees and receiving new assignments, I think the most important thing on our calendar tonight is for us to observe that there is no place for racism in our city or in our city activities, no place for hate. Previously, there's been discussions about whether systemic racism is a real thing or not. It is. It needs to be said that it is. When Eric previously presented to the county a resolution, we endorsed it. I specifically endorsed it, and I expect that we'll bring that back to the city for our own endorsement of that. Lastly, I'd like to thank our city attorney for his year of service at the state level in coordinating city attorneys, and he had his year there, and we in Petaluma contribute to impact statewide. I think we need to remember that on every level. Thank you. All right. I'd like to invite our stand-in at City Manager's hotspot down there. That would be our Director of Community Development, Brian O, to provide comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I will also be brief. Just a quick comment on the ongoing discussions related to the Little Woods Mobile Home Park. And so we are already on the ground. And so there are a number of community members, residents that we have engaged with. There was a arbitration scheduled for October that has been moved to January to assure that we have completed the outreach. And so that outreach is happening, that engagement is happening with the community and the neighbors at the Little Woods Mobile Home Park. So if you have not been working directly with the city, with community groups and legal aid, as well as Petaluma People Services Center, please make sure to reach out to me directly, and I'll put you in touch. And then just a final note, I'll just close comments to just echo the comments across the dais here this evening. To say on behalf of the City Manager's Office, we have heard the comments, and we will be responding accordingly. And so we're looking into some of the resources that we have with our participation in United Against Hate, as well as reaching out shortly to the Jewish Community Relations Council, as well as the larger community, to develop an anti-hate campaign. And with that, Mayor, back to you.
Thank you very much. And we'll move now to our consent calendar. And I'll look up and down the dais for anyone who wishes to discuss an item independent of it or removed from, or let's see, anyone that has a particular question before we move it to public comment. See, Councilmember Pozike.
Yeah, I had a question. I wonder if Steph could, I don't know if everyone saw the letter or email from Ben on the Climate Action Commission, which had some significant and I think good questions about the staff report and, you know, whether due diligence was done in determining that electric or renewable diesel fuel vehicles could not, when I say vehicles, I'm speaking of excavators and backhoes, and whether.
Can I ask, would you like staff to respond to a specific question?
Yeah, I wonder if we could just get a response to those before pulling the items.
Item 3, 4?
3 and 4.
3 and 4.
3 and 4. Do we have a staff participant who can make an answer to this tonight?
Yes, hello, council. Good evening. This is Dan Herrera from the Deputy Director of Operations here. Those are my items. I'm not sure if my camera, if I'm visible, I can't tell. So what we did, there is a mistake on the compact excavator. There's the gentleman is correct in the email where there is a Volvo has a compact excavator that is available. The price is significantly higher than the excavator that we have from Sourcewell. So that was a factor in our decision making to get the lower cost, but also we do have renewable. So there's a question regarding renewable diesel, and we are 100% on renewable diesel for all of our vehicles. I think the question he had was if this was something that the city already has included in our operations, and I want to make it clear to council that we are using renewable diesel for all of our diesel vehicles. And the question on the backhoe, the backhoe is actually not available. John Deere is going to offer a backhoe in 2026, I believe. So it's about 3 years away. The monthly cost for rental is approximately $4,000 to $5,000. So the rental costs are upwards of $60,000 per year to wait for equipment that's not quite here, or in all honesty, not quite proven. Another factor I want council to understand is these vehicles or these equipment aren't just on day-to-day operations. They're also used in emergency situations like flooding or like there was an ask for fire, if these could be used for the fire department to clear some of the areas outside. So the batteries on these equipment are useful for about 8 hours, and the time for charging is it's a full day. So basically you get 8 hours of use, and then you can't use that for another, 16 hours, right? So they basically charge overnight. And another factor to consider is the charging capacity that we have at our facilities. Right now we have, I believe, 11 electric vehicles. We have 3 vans, 2 Lightnings F-150s, and 4, 2 Bolts and 2 Toyotas for staff to charge on 2 chargers that we have at the Waterfield office. And so the charging capacity that we have is very limited. I know Rihanna's working on a master plan to kind of flesh that out. We're just not quite there. So those are the issues we have regarding using the electric compact excavator, and the backhoe is just not quite there. We're about 3 years off.
Thank you. I'll stop there unless somebody else wants to comment. Yes.
Councilman, okay. So Seeing no other questions, except for Councilmember Healy. Please go on.
Thank you. I had a question on item 2, which is the tentative agenda for the next meeting, and there's an item about authorizing filling the Planning Commission vacancy, but the way it was worded, it was subject to being read as actually filling the vacancy at that meeting, and I wasn't sure if that was the intent, because I don't believe applications have been sought yet.
Mayor, if I may respond to
Please.
that. So the intent on the tentative agenda would be for staff to come with a recommendation to fill the position. So typically, we would be recruiting, we would do a much more holistic recruitment across all the vacancies. Given the number of initiatives and items that will come before the Planning Commission between now and the end of the year, staff is recommending that we move forward with, we will be presenting a recommendation for the City Council to consider an individual at the next meeting.
But are you advertising this to the public and inviting people to apply, as we've always done?
Not in this situation.
I'm not going to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I'll just comment on that. The Planning Commission, because Mr. Kelly passed away, we're missing a planning commissioner. And so I think some of the thought is to get somebody that is not going to be running for Planning Commission or, applying in June, and maybe somebody that has experience just to go from now until the appointment. And so there's a real void.
I don't think that justifies cutting the public out of the process and not allowing people to put their names in for consideration. We have never, ever done that before in my 23 years on council. Never, ever. And I'm not starting now, so please pull item 2.
Pull the whole, okay. So we are pulling item 2 from our consent calendar voting, but we are now moving to public comment on the entirety of the public, of the consent calendar. And so I will open the public comment period. And again, the public is invited to comment on items listed on the consent calendar. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person for this. And I have 2 cards presently, and I believe we've received input from email.
Yes, we received 2 public comments for the consent calendar, and those are posted with the agenda online.
Thank you. And let's check our Zoom audience for the evening.
We have no hands raised for this public comment.
Thank you very much. Then we will only have the 2 speakers that we have here, Peter Cherniff, to be followed by Ben Peters.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I just had a question to help clarify for staff and for the public. Did you intend to terminate remote public comment for the whole evening or just on the?
I don't know what I'd do without crack staff like this. Yes, that's exactly the decision made earlier in the evening, and it will be consistent through the rest of this meeting.
Thank you.
Okay. And so, we are moving through, and so we have 2 cards right now for the consent calendar. It's Peter Chernoff and Ben Peters.
And I'm just going to make a comment that I am looking to the attorney for any direction on any additional
Yes, understood.
muting and so forth.
Good clarity, thank you. Mr. Chernoff.
As to 3 and 4, well, let me start off with what I came to say. I said, as we're heading into the age of Aquarius, shall we proceed united and fine-tuned as a Stradivarius? Perhaps unifying our minds and spirits so all may see it and so too hear it. Why buy when you can lease? And growing up back east, there was a place called Hershey, Pennsylvania. It smelled pretty nice when you were a kid, all the chocolate. And there was a guy named Milton Hershey during the Depression, and they had these big roads being made, and they had these big machines, and they had all these workers with no work. So he put the machines aside, and he put 100 men to work. And perhaps for those that don't know, the concept of reviewing the Luddites might be worth your time. So is it possible that kindness and common sense and camaraderie might find its way back into a community that has been torn by all kinds of finger pointing based almost entirely on confusion? For buying such machines, to me, the way I've listened to all these words is almost racist to the workers, to labor, for they put willing workers on the breadlines. As surely as the truest, most vicious racism against the animals breaks every commandment, for to break one breaks them all.
Maybe pause for a moment, please. I'm going to ask that you identify the connectivity so that we understand the relative.
When you hear the whole thing, because otherwise if you cut it off, you never get to hear.
Without hearing the beginning and a connection, we cut it off. So tie this for us.
Again.
And you can no.
Wrap it up.
Mic him up, yeah.
As I was trying to say, without all the chains and shackles by the lawyers, we have a responsibility to ourselves to be open-minded and open-hearted and listen, because all the religions, who can be right if they're all wrong? And what's behind all this confusion, including the concept of what I'm talking about with the machine, as opposed to putting the machine aside and hiring 100 workers to do the work, makes much more sense all the way around from every angle. And it's called racism against the workers. Just like the racism, the true racism against the animals, which is behind every version of corruption and illusion and confusion and finger pointing in this town, in this country, that frustrates all of us, finger pointing rather than true love and gardens. And all we do, and we do all this at the same time while we continue to deny the prophecy given by Yeshua of the 40-day freedom strike that frees everything, including our minds and our progress in all these arenas.
Peter, excuse me.
Including in the political world and the spiritual world and the educational world,
Nancy,
because that's
could you
always been
mute her,
run
please? Thank you.
by the dark forces.
I'm sorry, the mute.
So how many times?
Here we go.
Peter, you're done. That's not relevant to the items. Thank you.
Everything's relevant to what I said. It's all connected.
And our next
Sorry,
speaker
Peter.
Because you don't
tonight.
believe that, that's why we're in this mess. That's why we're all in this mess.
The,
Thank you, everyone. Apologies on the somewhat mundane item. While this is about excavators and backhoes, I think the point that the council can stress is that what Mr. Herrera said in his response to the questions is what should have been in the staff report, okay? And so the direction to the staff needs to be that our staff reports need to do the diligence so that we can ask the questions. That way, when the cost delta between all electric and diesel is highlighted, then we can ask the question, what about California's CORE program? That's the Clean Off-Road Equipment Program, which is a 50% subsidy to this type of equipment, which makes it cost comparable with diesel today. Let's also ask the question, are we being served by the Sourcewell procurement, which shows up in every one of these types of staff reports? Now, I did a little tiny bit of work this afternoon, and I found the NASPO Value Point Master Agreement, which has the Case Construction CX-15 EV backhoe. That's available today. It's only 1.5 tons, not 4 tons, okay? And so in the staff report, perhaps there'd be a discussion on why a 1.5 ton all-electric with core funding isn't adequate for our needs. Unfortunately, we don't have that today. We have some well-articulated comments from Mr. Herrera, which sound pretty good, but is this really the type of diligence we expect? This isn't a critical path item. I think we can consider maybe not voting to approve these items today. Let's ask the staff to actually come back with a solid staff report on this and vote it at the next meeting or however long it takes to get there. because in doing that, we're sending the signal to the staff that business as usual on this type of important item is no longer acceptable. That, I no disregard to the staff, but those responses in the climate impact section were copied and pasted. Okay, they said, this type of thing is not available. It will be available in the future. Sourcewell Fleets for the Future. That organization doesn't even exist anymore. And, fortunately, we have passionate people in this community that care about this to come up and highlight public excavator purchases. But really, we need to send the direction that we need to level up our game here and stop this business of usual activity. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes public comment for the evening on the consent calendar. And bring it back to council, and I'm looking for a motion at this point. We have separated item 2.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, I'd be happy to move items 1 and 3 through 7.
And looking for a second.
I'll second.
Councilmember Now. Motion by Healy, second by Now. Roll call vote. I'm sorry. Yes, let's bring it back for a comment.
What Ben Peters just said is absolutely true. I'm going to vote for the items, but I do expect a higher level of diligence in staff reports and not the copy and pasting, because he's absolutely right. I've seen that exact language before. And we owe it to our resolutions and everything to stay committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs.
I'd just like to support what Councilman Barnacle just said. And I do a lot of research myself on EV vehicles of various types. And as you get larger and larger, it gets a little bit less efficient. And the smaller it is, the better it is going electric. And right now, today, it's still not proved, and I think, but I agree with that the staff could have done a better job of presenting the possibilities for comparison and the actual numbers of the dollars renting versus going otherwise, leasing, and a little bit more of a robust report. So I agree with Councilmember Barnacle on that, and I would even be willing to actually move 2 and 3, unless the staff feels like I know they've been without this equipment, and leasing is expensive. So unless staff comes back and says, we need it right now because we have jobs right now that absolutely need this equipment to work, can we put it to next month?
At this point, we have a motion and a second on the floor. And so thank you for the comment. And Vice Mayor, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I think I do. I would like to have actually more information on, how we can get, dollars if you can get competing dollars, so the EVs are not as expensive. I would like more information, because I think there was another item that we ended up supporting, and it was, the same kind of a situation. It's going to come into the future, but I am a little unclear of why we might not want to get a little bit more information before supporting this.
Councilmember Healy?
So I agree with the comments that the staff report could have been more thorough, but I think Mr. Herrera's comments that, this equipment will be powered by biodiesel, and just to remind folks, we spent an awful lot of money retrofitting Ellis Creek to create that biodiesel, and if now people are going to take the position that we can't use it for the city fleet, what did we spend all that money for? So I would like to move this forward tonight. I hope there is more clarity in staff reports like this going forward when biodiesel is going to be used. But just want to remind folks that, we spend an enormous amount of time and money creating the capability to create that, and we shouldn't be shy about using it.
Councilmember Barnacle, why don't you jump in with what we both are hearing?
I'd like to, at some point, get an update, maybe, and follow up from staff on just how much of our renewable gas from Ellis Creek is already committed to Recology versus stuff that's available to the city. Because I thought when we approved Recology's contract, we were basically committing 100%, if not even and I don't even think that covered all of Recology's needs. So I'd like to at least have a follow-up on that, because if we're making this claim, I don't want us to be overcommitting. Thanks.
In order to, Councilmember Posake.
I just wanted to add, in terms of going forward with this tonight, I think no one's mentioned what Mr. Herrera said about the fact that we probably don't have enough EV charging capacity for what we already have right now.
So I think we're on the cusp of many different questions to ask and to incorporate in a report or to add to the report. But at this point, we have a motion on the table in a second, and I think we'd like to proceed with, if we don't have comments, proceed to a roll call vote on that motion.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I'll move item 2.
Thank you very much. Motion by Barnacle.
I'll second that.
And second by Vice Mayor Cater Thompson. And any comments on 2? Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, this is an easily solvable problem. I mean, I would like to fill the vacancy on the Planning Commission at our meeting in 2 weeks, but at the same time, I would also like to follow our never deviated from practice of advertising and soliciting applications from the public. And we can do that by blasting that out tomorrow by email, which our city staff is very good at, and having applications be due a week from Thursday. And if staff wants to bring forward other folks, that's great. But I don't see why there's a need to preclude members of the public from applying for a city, a very important city position. So I would ask the maker of the motion to amend it, the motion with a friendly amendment to direct staff to circulate or to advise the public that they can apply and have the deadline for applications be a week from Thursday. Thank you.
And so the maker of the motion, I'll just weigh in before we consider that. I absolutely concur with Councilmember Healy's concern that the public not be invited into the participation. I would intend to vote for the slate anyways with that sort of direction to staff. But a friendly motion would clarify our intentions more specifically.
Brian, do you feel comfortable with that?
Yeah, so staff will, as part of the item in the following meeting, come prepared with the outreach and engagement that took place to recruit and ultimately recommend a planning commissioner for consideration.
All right, well, I'll accept the friendly amendment to have some outreach done and a recommendation to the council. Thank you.
May I just ask, the proposed day forward, not a past effort that we've made, right? You're saying you're complying with a future effort?
Yes, Mayor.
Yeah, great, perfect. And any other comments on this item? Then we move to a vote.
No, you need the second to concur.
Oh, my.
What am I concurring with? No, I
You're
seconded it
concurring
already.
with the friendly amendment.
For public
That
participation.
we're going to do a public
Yes.
participation.
Would you like to restate the motion or the?
So does staff have time, does this give enough time to go ahead and are we talking about a recruitment?
Yeah.
So then there's enough time in between now and the next meeting to have this completed?
Councilmember, we'll have to work backwards to the dates that were suggested. And so, again, what we can commit to is doing additional outreach moving forward to meet the intended deadline so that we can bring an item at the following meeting. And so part of that report would include, discussion and look back at, how successful it was, but the intent would be to do some additional outreach and stay on schedule.
So just to be
Well,
clear,
this is a 4-year appointment. That's what we're going to be doing because this is Mr. Kelly's place. So we're talking about a 4-year appointment. And I feel as though this should all be done. Is it in June when we fill all the appointments?
Well, I think there are options for what the action of the, that's proposed in the tentative agenda is, and I'm not clear what the staff proposal will be, because we've only seen a tentative agenda headline on it. But when it comes to council, if there's no time, it comes council prior, council can say, till the next June, Phil, or it can say to fill out the whole of the term. And I think that deliberation can occur on the item that is brought rather than on the tentative agenda tonight.
So to the city attorney, so that can be stipulated in there. It's just till June, so it's not 4 years?
so the council always has lots of discretion. It really controls the appointment process. So yes to what the mayor just said. What I was hoping to clarify, I mean, you heard from Brian, hopefully it's clear that at least my understanding of staff's intent is try to provide for continuity of experience on the planning commission for an interim appointment, and that's why they wanted to take the unusual, and I didn't realize unprecedented step, as Councilmember Healy pointed out, of coming with a recommendation without a solicitation. But I think the council's direction with the friendly amendment to the motion, and that's what I wanted to confirm, is to staff to open up the position, the vacant position, for applicants from the community and bring those results to the council at the next council meeting as planned, along with the staff recommendation. And the council has a free, ability to thumb up, thumbs down, different direction, whatever. And just to note, staff wasn't trying to, I don't believe staff was trying to perpetrate a coup. It was trying to solve what it perceived as a problem, recognizing the council could reject that solution and give different direction. So
It's wonderful to have this discussion at the tentative rather than at the actual day of. So back to you, motion maker. I'd like that
Follow-up
motion.
question on that. So, I mean, precedence supersedes what actually the charter says, what we can do?
the charter doesn't prescribe it. Precedence is just our practice because the council has complete discretion about how it does. The only appointments that are covered even in the council rules are the ones that are appointments of council members themselves for regional bodies. So Councilmember Healy is kind of our unofficial historian. I don't doubt what he's saying is right, but that doesn't limit the council's action.
Okay.
And I would still like to confirm, though, if the council's direction is,
I'll reluctantly support this, but it's very reluctantly because I'm really looking for a short-term
okay. Well,
appointment.
and the council will have that opportunity to say, that's where we want, yep.
Okay.
So to summarize, Councilmember Barnacle, are we on the right page? Your motion stands, your second stands, and we're all good here. We're over to the clerk for the roll call vote.
Thank you.
Barnacle,
Thank you.
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now we're moved to our public hearings, matters for consideration. First reading of an ordinance, implementing zoning ordinance to add section 5.060, establishing a senior mobile home overlay district, and a zoning map amendment to additional Zone 5 existing self-designated senior mobile home parks as a senior mobile home park overlay district located in 300 Stony Point Road, 901 McDowell Boulevard, 911 McDowell Boulevard, 576 North McDowell Boulevard, and 750 Wood Sorrel Drive. Parcel numbers as noted. And tonight, to help us with this, we have our Assistant City Attorney, Dylan Brady, to take this item on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Again, I'm Dylan Brady, Assistant City Attorney. So as you will recall, back in June and July, City Council amended Chapter 6.50, our rent stabilization ordinance, for mobile homes. And as part of the public comments, we received a lot of tenants saying the need for this senior mobile home overlay district, and that is what staff is bringing before you tonight. There are currently, last I checked, 10 cities throughout the state of California that have such an ordinance, including as recently as Cotati did it last month through an urgency ordinance. And a similar ordinance has been upheld by the Ninth Circuit Court, which is in our district. So we're in good legal standing, and there's plenty of precedent out there for for this ordinance. Real quick, just on what an overlay district is, because there is a lot of talk right now in the community about overlay districts, but it is amendment to our zoning code, and what it does is it adds additional standards and regulations on top of what the zoning code already allows for those parcels within the district. So as it is a zoning code, our municipal code requires it to go to the Planning Commission and then to City Council. It went to Planning Commission on September 12th, passed unanimously. They recommended that you listen and potentially adopt the ordinance. Petaluma, we currently have 3 overlay districts. We have the Floodway District, the Historical District, and the Theater District. So it is not a new tool, and it's something that numerous cities have. So there is, as part of the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s, adopted the Fair Housing Act, and this is federal law, that precludes and prohibits discrimination for renting, selling, financing, housing based on race, religion, national origin, sex, and familial status. Familial status is being pregnant or having a children. So the Federal Housing Act precludes that. However, later on, they adopted the Housing for Older Persons Act, known as HOPA, and it included this senior exemption for senior communities to not violate the federal or the Fair Housing Act. You need 3 requirements. 80% of the occupied spaces must be occupied by one person, at least age 55 or older. That senior community needs to have publish and adhere to senior policies that show that they are intend to operate as a senior community, and then they need to verify that they are meeting those 2 prongs or requirements with HUD. So remember those 3 requirements: the 80% occupancy, the intent to have senior policies, to be a senior community, and verification, because our proposed ordinance looks very similar to those. So currently in Petaluma, there's 7 mobile home parks. 5 of the mobile home parks right here are self-designated through their own local rules as senior parks. These parks make up 724 units total. And as their local rules are senior parks, they comply with these 3 requirements: the 80% policy, senior policies, and verification. So what our ordinance tries to do, or the proposed ordinance, is to lock in the status quo of these 5 parks that through their local rules are considered senior parks. So here is what the proposed ordinance requirements are saying. Again, very familiar. It's the 80% occupancy by one person age 55 or older. It's signs, advertising, leases need to say that they're a senior park, and then they need to certify to the city every 2 years that they are complying with those 2 requirements. And as you recall, with our rent stabilization ordinance, the park owners are already required yearly to submit reporting to the city to make sure that they are complying with the rent stabilization ordinance. So this would just be additional questions on top of that annual verification, or at least that's the city's beliefs. So again, what this ordinance does, as these 5 parks are already senior parks, they're already complying with these fair housing senior exemptions. Our ordinance would require them to keep the status quo and really deter them from changing to an all-age park, because then they would be in violation of our municipal code. Here is a map of where the 5 parks are. It's Leisure Lake, Youngstown, Petaluma Estates, Royal Oaks, and Cottages of Petaluma. The 2 other all-age parks are Capri Villa and Littlewoods. They would not be part of this overlay. And as this is a zoning code amendment, our planning ordinance requires city council to both make a general plan conformance, that the ordinance complies with our general plan. We list 3 programs and policies here. Through our new recent amended housing element, that's preservation of at-risk housing, senior housing options, and then recognizing the unique needs of Petaluma seniors, as well as council needs to make that this ordinance is in the general welfare and consistency here in Petaluma. These findings are in the ordinance, Planning Commission made them, and just the welfare, and I'm sure you'll hear from tenants tonight, is to make sure that seniors age in place, that there is affordable and different housing for seniors, and that there is a benefit to these senior communities that are different than if you open the park up to all age because of noise. Typically with all age units, there are more people. And you can just imagine, teenagers and what teenagers are doing. This would help deter that. And then real quick, here are the CEQA exemptions. You'll notice the emergency exemption. That was because of the recent, we were able to cite to it as our, for this ordinance. That was the housing crisis shelter declaration that council passed a couple weeks ago. And again, as this is just locking in the status quo, there's existing facilities, there's the minor alterations to land use that don't change the existing intensity of the use, and then just the common sense exemption. And there is a memo, I think it's attachment 2 to the staff report, that really highlights these and spells it out more explicitly. So that is my presentation, and staff recommends that council introduce and eventually adopts. And I'm happy to answer any questions council may have. And I notice our housing manager, Karen Shimizu, is here as well. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Great presentation. Appreciate that. And looking for questions before we go to the public, the council member Healy.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for getting this to us so quickly. I know with all the competing priorities, that's a challenge. I had a couple questions about the 80% figure, and it seems to me that, based on your presentation, that derives from the federal statute.
That is correct, yes. And it also, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
And that is what the other 5 parks are currently, the park rules. So again, it would just be keeping the status quo.
Okay. I guess to my mind, if, and maybe when members of the public come up to talk, let us know if it's really only at 80% in your park, or if it's closer to 95 or 99% in practice, because it seems to me, and unless we're actually tied to the figure on the federal statute, that would give the opportunity to the park owners to get rid of maybe the most troublesome 20%, and that makes me very nervous. So anyway, you don't have to answer that right now, but that's a concern.
One thing I'll just
Councilmember
note quickly, Councilmember Healy, in response to your concern, is there's still a lot of protections in the mobile home residency law that are for cause protections, but I'm not trying to make light of your concern. Thank you.
Councilmember Shribs.
Yes, so this overlay is just for includes these 5 particular parks. Now, I see a future need, because right now in our affordable housing, most of it seems to be large block apartment buildings and not individual homes. And I do see needs of more mobile home parks, could be tiny home parks, could be other things, or people's villages, however it is, but individual units that have some open space around them and make them small and affordable, whether it be RVs, mobile homes, tiny homes, whatever they are, yurts. So I see a growing need for creating this, whether it's we've even talked about maybe a Target parking lot, putting something up there. So could we, down the road, as these other projects, new projects come online, to be inclusive and make those folded under, or work with that system? Can we be more inclusive with this?
What I would suggest, Councilmember Shribs, is if there are development types that our general plan and zoning don't currently provide for, that the council wishes them to, then the general plan process will be a good context in which to do that. But short of that, It's an applicant, the development approvals are generally applicant-driven, so that however much discretion is available to the decision makers concerning a project is how much is available. And so, to my hearing, the issue you're raising is maybe best addressed in the context of looking at different housing product types and different development types and neighborhood types that are envisioned in the general plan, with consideration of what are the regulations that apply to them, should they be situated, et cetera. And typically, unless someone's actually proposing something like that, and it's a little bit unusual. I don't think we address that explicitly right now in our code. I think that might be the best way, and certainly that's obviously beyond what we're talking about tonight. But I think that's one opportunity to address it that's coming up pretty soon. And I don't know if Brian has further, thoughts on that as the CDD director.
Just a comment to concur with that. That would be something that would come up through the general plan process.
Always opportunity, we can always add and change later, should an opportunity come up. We're not totally restricted that this and only this. That's why I want to make sure that we have some flexibility here down the road.
Nope, even once the general plan's done and the implementing zoning ordinance is done for the new general plan, the council's the legislative body for land use. So, I guess that it's going to evolve a lot in the
Good,
coming
thank you.
years.
You answered the question. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson. No,
I just
that
wanted
was your
to just comment. Last week, I was at a GSMOL meeting at Cottages, and Dylan Brady, our assistant city attorney, was there, and it was really informative just to continue hearing what this process is, and it's great, and I'm glad that we're going in this direction, and I'm looking forward later to make the motion.
Yeah, Councilmember Now.
Thank you. Can you explain if a caregiver is needed and they're under the age of 55, how that still fits into the senior overlay?
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't think I have an answer for it, but maybe during public comments, I can try to find that answer. I don't believe I would hope there's an exemption for that in the federal housing law.
Well, I'll take a start with that, Dylan, and maybe we can look at it further when we go to public comment. But I would say that's one of the reasons why the federal definition is helpful, because it doesn't exclude people under the age of 55. What it says is there minimally has to be,
80%.
Right, 80% where there's at least one, but at least one provides for a younger caregiver on site. Or, and I think we probably have all these situations. It could be that the caregiver is a senior resident who's looking after a family member who's younger, and that's okay too. So there's a number of reasons why I think that the malleability of that definition can be helpful in practical sense. Thanks.
Okay, my second question regarding visitors. If a family member, family members come to town, is there they can only stay for the time, or can they stay the night, or what are the rules if a family member comes to visit?
Our regulations don't address that, but the park rules do.
Okay.
And I think that varies. And I think, I know at some parks it's rather strict. It's like, a very limited number of days for non-senior visitors. But we haven't surveyed that at the parks.
And I'll just add too, this is our ordinance. We have the ability to enforce it. So I can't imagine we'd be so draconian. There's obviously, extenuating circumstances, and we would take the facts when they come and decide to enforce if that's the situation.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Then we will open the public comment period tonight. And I have 3 cards in hand of people who wish to speak tonight. And I'd like to ask the clerk if we have had any email on this topic, item 8.
Yes, we received 3 public comments for this item, and those are posted online with the agenda.
Thank you very much. And I see cards and letters are still coming in, but I'd like to open with Jody Johnson to be followed by Nicola Fry.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. Senior Park overlay zoning is needed to ensure that Petaluma senior citizens living and owning mobile homes in mobile parks will not become pawns in investors' land purchases. The disruption that could exist in any senior mobile park like Youngstown right now, when a park owner has no boundaries of how far they will go in retaliation, when seniors advocate for themselves in seeking limits to greed, should not now or ever become the norm. If you vote for the 5 senior parks in Petaluma for this overlay, we are sincerely thankful and know that you are leaving this city better than you found it, a legacy of value and decency. Your decisions tonight will shape the inclusive nature all cities should be defined by and looked up in its diversity in the future, something that has always defined what Petaluma stood for. That our senior mobile home residents mean just as much as anyone else in this city. The senior park overlay zoning in this city we call home was brought together to be voted on by city employees and planning in record time. We don't take lightly what a task that was. We do hard now, but you do hard with us. We sincerely know what this takes. We couldn't be prouder to call each and every one of you our city government. If passed, our hope is that the rules and revisions will be policed for a senior park, since our first young family was moved in yesterday, when they should not be able to do this with our current rules and revisions. We are 100% seniors now, but we do have caregivers that are not seniors. It has been shown that 3 Pillars, who owns our park, has no boundaries and lawful ordinances, and we can't police them alone. Thank you for each and every mobile park resident owner for your yes votes tonight. We are Youngstown strong, we are Cottages strong, we are Petaluma Estate strong, we are Leisure Lake strong, we are Royal Oak strong, we are Petaluma strong.
Thank you. Please keep a little bit of this as it goes a long way. Nicola Fry to be followed by Laura Bennett.
Hi. I live in the Petaluma Estates Mobile Home Park. I'm also on the Petaluma Senior Advisory Committee, the Microtransit Ad Hoc Group, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors for Rebuilding Together Petaluma. I see seniors every day. I've lived in Petaluma since 1970. I moved to my current home approximately 15 years ago, and living in this community has afforded me security, safety, while giving me neighbors who are active and involved in maintaining a sense of closeness and caring. Recently, due to the changes in the attitude of the owners and the managers of the parks, we have all experienced unnecessary retaliation and the sudden loss of the joy of living on our own community. Recently, with our 90-day rent increase letter, our managers are seeking to provide residents with a signing of a 5-year lease agreement, even though state laws will void those in 2025. I'm writing to express my strong support for the Mobile Home Park Senior Overlay proposal. Senior mobile home parks provide affordable housing options for many residents, fostering a sense of community and stability. This overlay will protect us seniors, who reside in these parks, these valuable resources that ensure fair treatment for residents while maintaining the character of our neighborhoods. Is a step in the right direction toward housing equity for all, especially for seniors. I urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Bennett to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Good evening. My name is Laura Bennett. I'm a resident of Leisure Lake Village, HOA treasurer, and member of the Mobile Home Park Coalition. I'm extremely fortunate to be a resident of one of your senior parks. I live in a community that is safe, secure, and supportive. I'm reminded of this when I'm walking, visiting, going to the clubhouse, and at HOA gatherings as just a few ways of that. I want to thank the City Planning Commission for voting and accepting the proposal for the senior mobile home park overlay coming, and to the city that you are now considering. This ordinance would further guarantee the city's established senior affordable housing. Thank you, City Council and City staff, for all that you've accomplished for our mobile home parks. Now the senior mobile home park overlay zoning ordinance will be an extension of our mobile home park seniors protection. We will continue to live in our peaceful, integrated, and resourceful communities in our forever homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Dwayne Bellinger.
Hello, my council. This is it. You're with us now, and I believe it. I do. I appreciate everything that our lawyers have done. Really, thank you guys. You guys are outstanding. Really. But this is going to go beyond this. There's another plan, a template, your template. I want to be one of the people that helps bring this action, how you have protected and why you have come to life for the older people in your city. And I want that to go all around. I want lots of cities to see this. So it's all getting written down, and I'm going to be out there with my bullhorn because you guys, you've made it possible. And I thank you for that.
Thank you. And Dwayne Bellinger.
Unless I misread you all, I first of all just want to say thank you. Thank you for your concern and thank you for what you've been doing. I do want to say, though, that there's something basically wrong with our state law that allows this kind of change, this treatment of people. I don't think any of you anybody in the room here would rent a car that allows the owner of the car to change the relationship in this manner that this is done. We need to change the state law. The unequal, the difference between the power of people who own mobile homes and the people who own the land is just too extreme. Thank you.
Thank you. And that closes public comment on this topic for the evening, and I bring it back to council. Any comments before we move on? Anybody? Council, let's see, the Vice Mayor, would you like to lead off?
Yeah, I actually just have a question. How do we do a registry? So like if somebody new moves into a mobile home park, that we know that they've gotten all the information, the new ordinance, and what their rights are. And is there information that the city can require that the mobile home park owners need to let the city know? And how can people that in mobile home parks register today to make sure that their rights are being?
So a few things. One is our regulations, even before the latest amendments, already prescribed information and notices that the park owners need to give what are called tenants to be in the regulations. That's prospective tenants, and we've strengthened that in some ways and preserved that. As Dylan mentioned earlier, we've also, with the recent amendments, increased and provided more detail regarding the reporting requirements of park owners so that the housing staff, with support from us as needed, can monitor and ensure compliance. As the council, I believe, is also aware, in the recent amendments, we added significant remedies available to the city directly to be able to, if necessary, bring enforcement actions ourselves to address noncompliance. And I will say we've been receiving expression of concerns from residents about practices that we're looking at to see whether they may in fact not be complying or maybe have not been complying with these requirements, and we will have options for addressing that separate and apart from the arbitration process. And I should mention there were some understandably, there's been concerns about the noticed rent increases at Little Woods. And just to remind folks, and we've got information on the website to which we'll be adding more, that increases that are noticed by park owners in excess of the permitted amount for that year, which for the present year is 2.0%, are only granted upon approval by an arbitrator, and only to the extent approved by an arbitrator based on the park owners having met their burden of showing that they cannot make a reasonable rate of return by implementing the permitted increase. So that's still the case. The new cap is in place, and you know, we'll be, as has been noted, we'll be connecting folks with resources so that they can be sure to take advantage of the rights that they have under the city's regulations, and that's really our focus, to make sure those regulations provide the protections they're intended to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then the other thing is, for Dwayne Bellinger, his comment, in 2025, there's state law but that's incorporated into this ordinance. Correct?
It's not incorporated, but it's taken into account.
Correct.
So what's going to happen is, it's already the case that there are fewer spaces that are exempt from our regulations than used to be, and if that law takes effect as it's currently indicated on the books, then there won't be any exemptions at all.
And just one other question. And then, like, if somebody's on a long-term lease and if it was before a certain date, because I believe, Dylan, was it 2020?
February 13, 2020, yes.
Yeah, and so if somebody moved in on 2020, that date, so then they would be able, it's just a 2% increase, not the crazy numbers that people are receiving.
That's correct. They would be subject to our rent control stabilization ordinance that was amended recently because of that Assembly Bill 2782. And they would also need to require, as a senior park, they would need to have the 80/20. They would need to have advertising in their leases to say that this is a senior park. So, yeah.
And so for everybody that keeps receiving these, and if they're within that time frame, then they should contact the city.
Yes, if they have concerns, then the best place is our housing team. And just as a reminder, it has been the case and it remains the case that park owners are required, they're legally required, subject to the remedies that we have in our regulations, of offering tenants to be rent control spaces. So that should be very clear. And as I said, we're looking at concerns that we've heard about, park owners allegedly not doing that. So thanks.
Okay, and also just tonight, listening to the speakers, you really notice a calmness in your voices because, we're doing this ordinance. And so I just want to kind of point that out. I just feel it's very different in the room. And I'm grateful for that. And I'd like to move this, but more council discussion.
Well, we'll take that as a motion. We don't, and then I was going to ask Councilmember Pozike, you're next. Oh, I thought I saw your hand up. Councilmember Healy?
So, calm voices, but very loud T-shirts. Like the T-shirts, guys. I wanted to revisit the 80% issue. A member of the public did answer my question, at least with respect to Youngstown. And notwithstanding the fact that 80% is the figure that shows up in the federal statute, would we be within our rights to use a higher number?
I think that's probably okay. There is state law that says, and I cited in the staff report, that gives the city its discretion to make zoning in senior mobile home parks through their zoning code. Part of this ordinance, though, council member, was to kind of keep the status quo for those 5 existing parks rather than do additional requirements. It is at least 80%, so the parks are able to go up as high as they want, even if it's not codified in our zoning code. But I think it would probably be okay.
Right. So it's a minimum, not a maximum, and I don't know that we have the data, and go back to the Vice Mayor's question, we really don't have a registry, and we haven't proposed that. We're getting a lot of information that our thinking is it may obviate the need for that, because it'll be more administrative effort if we really have a full registry. And Dylan's right that the staff thinking, and that's not, the important thinking is the council's thinking when they exercise their legislative discretion, but the staff thinking was to bring a status quo regulation to preserve the senior parks, that our senior parks, as they are, consistent with their existing rules and the existing framework for those rules. But I don't know that we've seen.
Yeah,
that
none of
would-
the 10 cities that I have seen, including the city of Yucaipa, which was challenged by the Ninth Circuit and upheld, had anything besides the 80%. So
We like to give you a sure thing when we can, and we're not, we know that that's not preempted, and we know it's lawful in our circuit, but, I haven't seen something that says there's nothing in excess of that's permissible.
So I appreciate that. And I realize that, in terms of the existing regulations, 80% is the status quo, but in terms of facts on the ground, it's closer to 100%. And to me, that's the status quo. And so I'm interested. Would there be a way of saying 90 or 95%, but with 80% as a backup, if the higher number was challenged?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Councilmember?
Would there be a way to modify this so that the minimum senior occupancy was 90 or 95%, but we had a kind of a backup built in if there was a legal challenge, dropping back down to the federal statutory 80%?
I'm not aware of any safety net provision. I have not seen that before. Eric,
I'm a little hard pressed to, as to how we'd articulate. I mean, currently it says at least, so it's very clear it's a minimum. I'm trying to think of, I don't know. I don't have a quick answer for that one, Councilmember Healy, because we want it to be clear. If we really wanted to specify something higher, we should, but ideally I'd want to research that a little bit and see what impacts we might be having that we haven't taken into account.
Well, okay, how about if we, would it be permissible to do the first reading tonight at 80%, and you can do the additional research and we can modify it upwards if you have a comfort level by the time of the second reading?
Well, but we'd have to reintroduce for a substantive change like that, and there is a timing issue here.
Well, let's do the converse. What if we adopted 95% tonight, and at the second reading we dropped it down to 80%?
That's still a substantive change. We need to reintroduce it.
Oh my!
I guess what I would suggest is, because there's a timing factor if the council wants to preserve the status quo. My recommendation would be to introduce this as presented and adopt it as presented, and we could come back, do some further research, and come back and present some options to the council.
Okay, that's fine. But that shouldn't take long, should it?
No, I don't think so. It's a zoning code amendment for a reason, and the zoning code should be amended as needed.
Okay, then I'll support the motion.
I appreciate that, Councilmember. Thank you.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I'm certainly going to support this. I just want to acknowledge all the people who keep showing up here and making public comments. I know for you it feels like forever. For our staff, it probably feels like quite the rat race. So I appreciate you acknowledging them too for their hard work, and we'll keep supporting you as long as we need to. So thank you.
Good. And Vice Mayor, did you have a comment? You were good there?
I think it's been taken care of.
Councilmember Shribs?
If we're going to adjust numbers, the other number to think about is the age, 55. because 55-year-olds still can have lots of teenagers in their household, be pretty young families. And I know lots of the seniors now really, the new 65 is the old 55. So if we're going to look at numbers and shift it up to 100%, maybe having an older crowd that's now required at 60 rather than 55. So if we're going to look at numbers like that, I'd like to look at that number also as a possibility. I think everyone here is at least, we meet that criteria. And you want to keep it that way. You don't want to have folks coming in, owning it with 3 or 4 teenagers.
I was just feeling good about being the new 55 for a second there. So, but we'll be happy to, what we'll provide is with these things, these definitional things and regulations, we always want to make sure that the council is aware of, the different choices and whether there's potential preemption issues or whatever, or, deviations from norms we may or may not want to do. So we'll be happy to address that.
Okay. City Clerk, may we have the roll call vote?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
And McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I do appreciate everybody coming out and supporting for this continued period. Now moving to item 9, resolution to approve. And, I think we have another idea here. Yes, Councilmember Now?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Mayor, but I have to recuse from this item since I was an employee of Happy Hearts Preschool, which is one of the 9 tenants that you're going to be discussing. So I will be in the other room. Call me when you're done.
Okay, good. The item that we're discussing is the resolution to approve license agreements with each of the 9 tenants located on the city-owned fairgrounds property to become effective when the 4th District Agricultural Association lease expires on December 31st, 2023, making findings that this action is exempt from the requirements of the California Environmental Quality Act. And as noted, Councilmember Now has recused and left the chamber. And to present this item tonight, we have Ingrid Alverdi, our Director of Economic Development and Open Government. And Ingrid, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Fabulous.
And we
In
can
some
see
ways,
the
this is-
presentation.
Yes, in some ways, this is even easier. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Good evening. I'm joining you virtually tonight to present the details of a proposal to enter into license agreements with the tenants currently operating on the fairgrounds to become effective when the lease to the 4th DAA expires at the end of this year. Tonight, I will walk you through the specific actions proposed tonight, as well as going through some background back to a hearing that we held last year, the work that we've done since, and the proposed framework and details of the license agreements we are offering for current fairgrounds tenants. Tonight's action includes the approval of a template agreement that we would use with each tenant. It would also include the proposed terms, including the license length, space use, and rent. You are approving a map and an included list of tenants that would be offered the license agreements. And finally, you would be authorizing the city manager to execute each of the unique license agreements we would execute with each tenant. As background, I want to reflect the work that you did last October. You heard various versions of a community vision. You discussed a transition plan, and you adopted guiding principles for our work moving forward. Last year, we completed a robust community engagement process that included several activities. One important approach was a lottery-selected panel conducted by Healthy Democracy. That group spent approximately 90 hours learning about and deliberating about the fairgrounds. As part of its final report, they articulated several visions. While there were different visions among the Healthy Democracy panel members, there were 5 key areas of agreement, including agriculture, keeping the fair, an evacuation center, a year-round farmers market, and eco-friendly noise mitigation. While this is a great start and is guiding some of our early work, we do plan to complete a comprehensive master plan process with our community in the near future. You also approved a set of 8 guiding principles to guide our work. First, acknowledge and build upon community input regarding the fairgrounds property while continuing to engage with the community going forward. Number 2, create, maintain, and enhance authentic partnerships across stakeholders and community groups with an interest in the fairgrounds property. Number 3, provide civic and institutional stability during the transition period and beyond so that the fair event and other key uses continue. Affirm a renewed commitment of the city to the Petaluma community agricultural future, present, and past through near, medium, and long-term actions and milestones for the property and related programs. Number 5, to preserve and enhance key elements, resources, and activities at the fairgrounds property that the community is connected to and that make the place unique. Honor the legacy of history, place, and community while fostering safety, health, inclusivity, cultural connectedness, accessibility, and usability of the fairgrounds property for the benefit of all. Preserve and enhance the capacity of the fairgrounds property to provide critical emergency response resources for Petaluma and the region. And finally, preserve 20 acres of open space to ensure future annual fair events and evacuation center capabilities that are maximized to effectively and compatibly accomplish as many of the community's needs and wants for the fairgrounds property as possible. And finally, you also supported a proposed short, medium, and long-term transition plan we presented last year. We are well underway developing a short-term property management and use plan, and we are hopeful that we have identified a way to support the 4th DAA as it transitions away from being a property management agency towards a focus on event management and the annual fair. We look forward to initiating and incorporating a master plan for the property into our general plan and to piloting uses as possible. Additionally, we applied for a state grant to support the design and creation of a resiliency center that could serve as a central one Petaluma destination for community services, emergency response, and gathering. After our hearing last October, we looked forward to sitting down with DAA staff to work out a plan that would keep the annual fair, support the DAA, and begin the process of transforming the fairgrounds with our community. We expressed concern when the DAA halted conversations last November as their lease was expiring soon and we knew time was needed to develop a thoughtful partnership agreement. We were relieved when they resumed conversations in April that started us toward a path of partnership. In August, the DAA agreed in concept for an agreement to continue the fair and to remain on site during non-fair times, the rest of the year to manage events and facility rentals and participate in a revenue sharing arrangement that would support the DAA in producing the annual fair and provide an opportunity to remain viable during the non-fair time. Since then, we have offered weekly meetings to iron out the details of how the DAA would contract with the city to manage events. There are many details to cover, including a comprehensive scope of services, a shared city DAA calendar, financial coordination, fees, ground maintenance, and shared access to parking lots and driveways. Our goal remains to have a set of agreements to council by the end of the year prior to the expiration of the DAA's lease, and this relies on the continued participation and cooperation of the DAA. Since very early this year, we began meeting with tenants to understand their goals for their business and use of the property. What we've learned is that each tenant represents a dedicated and resourceful small business or organization. Each tenant is relieved to be able to remain on site under current terms of the agreement they have with the DAA, while the city and the community can formalize a master plan for the property moving forward. They are interested in working with the city to pipeline new uses, find new and better ways to use the property, and to envision a better future for the fairgrounds. The proposed action tonight focuses on honoring the current terms that each tenant enjoys, considers this to be an interim timeframe, keeps rents aligned with current rents with modest increases and under the current property conditions. This map here shows where each of the tenants currently lease space on the property. You can see Elroy's along Washington. They operate a food truck, mobile food truck from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. There are stipulations about how they maintain their site, cooperating with other tenants. They would not enjoy non-compete privileges, and that they would agree to support other food truck vendors if that was a use the city chose to pilot in the future. The Java Hut, located just to the north, they have a small building. They operate a drive-through cafe business. They mostly sell coffee, teas, breakfast, burritos, and sandwiches. They're open 7 days a week. They employ their employees arrive early and again use much parking in the front area. And then in that same front area, sharing the main parking lot, the Airport Express, they use the area for employee parking as well as client parking, bus pickup and drop off. They have an overflow area designated for holiday times. Otherwise, their parking primarily remains up towards the front. And then they have also a mobile office. And then if you look down, you can see a small office space. That's the Rebuilding Together office space. They have office meeting space for administration and community engagement collaboration. They use their space for storage, for warehousing, tools, equipment, and short-term inventory. They use their outdoor space for workshops, equipment storage, and training. And then right next to them is the Live Oak Elementary School space. And then there are two ancillary spaces, one just to the, I guess it's southeast, and then up just against the Speedway. They use two ancillary buildings for different classrooms and their middle school. So they're a bit spread out. Then traveling down along Payran, you can see Happy Hearts. That's a preschool. They have up to 60 children on site. They otherwise, outside of Monday through Friday to 7:30 to 5:30, they do have some events. And then moving up towards Target, you can see Playland, which is a paintball outdoor recreation facility. They do paintball, airsoft, laser tag. They're mostly open Saturdays and Sundays. They're open to the public and also are open for special private events. Then moving right next to the beverage and more business there by Target is the Play Dog Play, which is a dog daycare and boarding center. They have 12 to 15 employees. They take up to 225 dogs that play and then stay overnight on site. And then rounding out the tenants is the Speedway on the largest space there. They host up to 26 motorized racing events and up to 2 monster truck events per year. They provide a calendar in the beginning of the year so that, and they have done this in the past, so that we know what weekends they will be doing which events. And I think that gets us all the way around. And then here, I just wanted to present a proposed rent schedule. These are annual rents. They represent the amount each tenant is paying to the DA this year as their starting point, with 3.5% increases over the following 4 years. This is a round average of how their rents have been increased over the last 3 to 4 years. There's been a lot of variation, but that is kind of the average. So that was how we were able to hold that steady moving forward. The agreements are clearly set for 3 years and offer up to 2 one-year extensions that would be by agreement by both the city and the tenant. And so that's why we carry that rent schedule for the full 5 years, if the agreements are extended. There are 2 tenants that have a slightly modified formula. The Live Oak has requested a 20% rent reduction and an additional 20% rent allocation towards maintenance. This is important because the buildings they currently use have significant maintenance issues that need to be addressed, and because they house our community's children. The other tenant whose rent escalation is 2% instead of 3.5% is the Speedway. This approach makes sense given the large size of their space and the fact that they share a significant annual concessions payment. And you can see that also on the rent schedule. So for instance, in 2024, the Speedway would pay $37,000 approximately in annual rent, and then an additional $85,000 in a concession payment. As I know we're all aware, this is one part of many important steps that we need to take to transition our fairgrounds while keeping our fair. So tonight we're looking at completing these important agreements with the tenants. But looking forward, we also need to complete agreements with the DAA, and we also need to complete a zoning overlay. The agreements with the DAA would include a professional services agreement to hire the DAA to be the city's event booking agent, and a license agreement like the one presented tonight for the DAA to occupy a portion of the property to support their event booking program. The zoning overlay is necessary to allow the current uses on the fairgrounds property while we complete a master plan to update the zoning for the property in accordance with our community's vision. We expect to bring both of these actions back to you before the lease expires at the end of this year. And with that, I will take any questions. Thank you.
Great presentation. Thanks so much for that. Let's start with some council questions. Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
Well, I just have a question going back to the rent schedule. And it just seems odd that Elroy's versus the Java Hut Elroy's is so much less. I'm just making that comment. I don't know if I expected an answer why. I mean, I guess because I guess we're keeping the same rents, and this is what their rent was with the fourth DAA. Just that doesn't seem to add up for some reason, so I'm not sure why.
I think the approach on the rents, and I think I hear your point, and I thank you for bringing it up. And I think looking forward, when we do decide to enter into a more permanent lease arrangement with any tenant, we'd have to really consider fair market value. Unfortunately, because of the transitory nature of the uses, the variety of uses, the variety of land that they have access to, it is so hard to nail down fair market value. And since we originally started with the statement that we would honor people's current scenarios, we left those alone and grew them, knowing that we have a lot of work to do in terms of master planning and thinking through land value and what the city's goals are. So I don't disagree that some of their rents seem, I think, depending on when the DA entered into those leases and what their arrangements have been, there's just a variety of arrangements with lots of written and unwritten stipulations on how the property is used and when people move and when they don't. And we're trying to hold something steady so that we can create a more predictable future. And again, this is really just a starting point tonight.
I appreciate that, and I'm not going to make a big deal of it, but I just wanted to point it out, the discrepancy. Thanks.
Thank you. And another question? And one question, I guess I have several questions, and regarding all the properties, this is our only look at the utilization of the properties. And I noticed that 26 is listed for the Speedway on the rent schedule, but it doesn't say 26 what. And I thought first day, and then I thought, well, that doesn't make sense. It's usually a weekend. And is weekend a 3-day weekend, or, is it 3 days of racing or allowable for? So do we have a definition that we're using for the Speedway use? Are these 26 race single dates with a weekend requirement there? What is the existing relationship, and what are we continuing?
Right. So we would be continuing the calendar in essentially the same way they've been conducting for the last several years. They would be providing a calendar in advance that we would approve. We've discussed up to 26 motorized events. Those would be one-night events. Their events are typically Saturday nights. They end by 10 o'clock, and then they add 2 monster truck, and I believe those are weekends, so those are 2-night events.
And if I could add, Ingrid, and you may have more to add too, I probably do, for the mayor and the rest of the council members and the public too, we were trying to set up an agreement structure that was scalable for all the different uses and would be consistent from a matter of fairness and manageability. And so what that takes the form of the license agreement and the provisions that are in the agenda materials, with very little variation as far as the license agreement itself goes. There are just some specifics about who the tenant is and who's signing on their behalf. But then there's an exhibit structure. So Ingrid is shared and on screen, and it's in the package, the premises as defined with the boundary information. And you noticed she had a lot more detail about what's actually happening in those footprints. And really importantly, that Exhibit B, the licensed uses, and I think it may be good for Ingrid to talk about how far along they are, but that's a quite detailed narrative of what they're doing, what they get to do, the structure, and again, it's intended to maintain what their uses are currently. But the way it's structured is if it's not listed, they don't get to do it. So it's, and this is kind of a jigsaw puzzle Ingrid is managing that needs to also dovetail with the fair use itself, so it all makes sense and is rational for the users and allows for the different pop-up uses and other uses that the city's going to be introducing to start the process of the public getting involved and more benefit from its property. And there's some variation. I should note that there's some variation among the insurance requirements too that have been all checked in terms of the uses with our risks department, in terms of what's going to be adequate coverage for what are very protective license agreements in terms of liability considerations. And so I don't know if you want to add to that, Ingrid, because you've been doing all the work to develop those, and it's a considerable amount of work. But that's to say to the council that it's really going to be spelled out as I believe it needs to be for the process of managing the full site and having these different uses, including the fair use, be compatible. So.
Yeah, I do want to add, and thank you. For each business, the permitted uses will explain not only what kind of uses, what hours of operations, what days of the week, and then for the Speedway, there is a slightly more detailed sort of list of parameters around safety, around meeting the city's performance standards, whether that be noise regulations or, again, safety on site. So there will be some additional details by use that'll be written into the license agreement, which will give us the cover, I think, and the description we need to manage the on-site uses. Again, kind of holding the property and the uses steady in terms of what is being allowed now, allowing for some flexibility to experiment with new uses when that works for both parties. For instance, the Speedway has talked to us about wanting to try like a BMX event on the site. And so, we definitely look forward to looking at ways to get more utilization out of the site. And then we just need to take a look at sort of how that's going to work, what that would entail, some of the key issues on site, or who parks where, when, how is that parking charged? What does that mean for the public? How does that affect other tenants? So I think that will be sort of, those will be things we'll be balancing during the interim period, ideally with the goal of learning as much as we can about how the site is performing in its best way and where some of the where some of the challenge points are, so that as we move to sort of a more permanent vision, we can take that under consideration.
So is that's not in tonight's packet? That's to be developed in order to execute the agreements?
Right, those will be put in as like individual parts of each individual agreement that we would stipulate and identify in the agreement. So ultimately, the agreement would have those use details limited.
Yeah.
The goal is to reflect what is occurring now.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm good with that. I just, I like to see the details. I'm not sure when we'd see this again. And I'm really aware from construction background that good contracts make for good outcomes. So the more specificity, the better. And then going to my next question on the top of page 2 of the staff report, it talks about goals, short-term goals, long-term goals. I think we need to clarify that the short-term goals, 3 to 5 years, those are goals to be completed by 3 or 5 years, not to be started within that window. But the midterm goals at 5 years plus, so it's like using the term, one term is goal to complete, and the other one, we're using the term goal to mean start. So that's a little, I would really like to lock down that it is our exact intention to finalize all of the short term in 3. Okay, maybe slips to 5, but that's a contractual obligation staff needs to make, is that the public process occurs within that and completes. Because my last question is, when can we expect to see changes? When can we expect to see maybe a BMX operation? When can we expect to see a farmer's market operation? When should we start planting trees just to frame it as more of a park? Can those things occur within the 3 to 5 year window? Can we have a farmer's market out there within 3 to 5 years?
So maybe I'll start on some of that. The 3 to 5 year period, and hopefully, it's the 3 year, frankly, is intended to get us through, environmental review and master planning, which is a lot to do in that time frame.
The public participation alone.
For a site like that, especially while it's being managed. But as Ingrid indicated, the managing of that is going to teach us a lot. And the other thing is, and we know we've basically got to be up and running, ready to go, January 1 with the interim arrangements in place, including the fair arrangements in place. But part of this transition that the council has directed to take over the management while providing continuity of the existing uses is to be able to still during that time, that initial time, to start trying pop-up uses. Because it's going to take the city being responsible for the overall site management, joint calendar with the fair, the 4th District Agricultural Association, and also making sure the other uses are compatible to successfully be able to do the pop-ups. But those are so important because they're going to teach us too. They're going to help give the public the experience of enjoying their most valuable and largest piece of property in the city. And so that's something that I know the council is eager to see us deliver. The community is chomping at the bit for, and we're excited about. So, that's kind of a general answer, but, I know Peggy's committed to, and we're, ready to deliver on things happening during that initial period, to help inform the master planning process. And then in terms, I would say, and I've continued to recommend that to really be able to derive the full benefit of the master planning, and we've talked about citing safety facilities, et cetera, but to really get as much to happen there as can happen and happen well and compatibly and for the long term, that master planning process is so important to not nail things down before it happens, so that the maximum amount of possibilities, all of which the community wants to realize, are preserved for the site. So,
It was our fundamental point, is to get more public access and more activity off of the property. And and I think driving people to it with pop-up activities will inform the master plan better. So, any activation and any informed input to the master plan is what we're looking at. There's a lot of pressure to get something done right away here.
Yes, I know Peggy has lots of ideas about it. I don't even know what they all are, but you'll be hearing a lot more.
Okay.
I know.
Thank you.
I do know we are already, we are really moving forward with the vision of being able to bring pop-up events and interim events and piloting events as soon as possible. And I think within the coming months, once we're able to sort of nail down details with the fourth DAA and kind of bring those puzzle pieces together, I think that'll start to become more clear. I think this is the beginning of a series of conversations, with the DAA agreements and then the zoning overlay, but then we'll have to, continue having conversations about how this property evolves. And it's definitely our goal to maximize community access during the interim time. And I think there's going to be, several opportunities to just improve how the site operates even during the interim.
Thanks. Councilmember Shribs.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something on your slides. In two different slides, one slide said 3 years and 2 5-year extensions. Another slide, you have 3 years and 2 1-year extensions for a total of 5 years. And on that first slide, I just wanted to make sure, clarify which one is it that you were really saying. I think it's 3 and 2 1-year extensions for a total of, I think that's what it is, and not 2 5-year extensions.
My apologies if there's a typo. Yeah, it's 3 years plus up to 2 1-year extensions for a total of 5 years.
Okay, good. I just wanted that clarified because the earlier
Thank
slide was slightly different.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's a mouthful.
Then I guess this is the point where we go to public comment on this. And so I'd like to open the public comment period. Public is invited to make comments on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. And I have a bunch of cards, and the first card is from Dwayne Bellinger, to be followed by Jessica Umfritz.
Mayor, may
Yes.
I suggest that you explain to the Zoom audience again that we're not taking
Thank you.
Zoom comments, because I have seen some new names and I want to make sure everyone is clear on what they will be able to do tonight.
Good. Public comment tonight has been disrupted and at various points, and the city is not willing to have disruptive elements into the public record, and so we have elected to eliminate Zoom speakers for the rest of this evening. And we're allowed to do that under law, in that it is, we're allowed to do that under law. And I think that that says enough, and we'll move it to, unless the
just to
attorney would
add-
like to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to add quickly, folks can still submit comments in writing to the clerk's office if they wish, if they're remote. Thank you.
That's a great tip. Thank you. And Mr. Bellinger.
Thank you. I have two issues. First of all, the templates offered for the future agreements, you had A, B, and C blank in your packets. Wasn't in the back, or it wasn't here. And I'm mainly concerned with C, which should talk about, is labeled insurance. And I'm not sure if it's proper to talk about insurance if it wasn't put in the packet for today, if that's proper to be part of the discussion, or is that going to come back at a future date that I would express my suggestions on insurance?
Thank you for your input. I don't believe we're we'll summarize at the end of. Public comment is not generally for dialogue. Public comment is to make a public comment,
Okay.
and we will then log this and.
That was a question for your attorney, I believe.
I would say it's a fair comment, Mr. Mayor, if
If you feel free, go ahead.
Okay, well, I would point out that the fairgrounds have certain legal obligations and certain financial obligations that are far different from the city. And I would be far more concerned with protecting the assets of the city. And therefore, I would suggest that those those rental agreements that have a potential death to the potential major disasters, that we have full insurance, that the insurance policy be 100% of coverage of any liability and injury. Thank you. And the second issue I have to do with is noise and CEQA. And I would imagine that the egrets and the frogs, but more so the dogs in the vicinity there, would probably not be filing anything on CEQA with you. But I would suggest that considering the damage, the injury that's done by loud noises to the human being, the human body, that at least we find that there's a decrease in testosterone production and subsequent need for being healthy on that. Now, I'd always assumed, of course, that the loud noise at the racetrack was producing more testosterone. But the research on it is those at least over age 37 tend to have a reduction in that. So I would assume somebody who lives close to the fairgrounds might maintain that you're adversely affecting their health. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Jessica Umfress, to be followed by Matt McGuire.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I believe that Stacy Udo has a public comment card filed. She's ceding her time to me this evening, but I'm optimistic I won't take the whole thing. So I would say that...
Let me just ask that. Are you ceding, and I have a card from, thank you. Take as much as you need, up to 6.
I really hope not to take that much.
Good, okay.
So I'm here representing Live Oak Charter School. I'm a member of the board of directors there. I'd like to say about the process of working with Ingrid and the city management staff that it has been a real joy to work with them on these license agreements, and also on a vision for the fairgrounds property through the Community Resilience Center grant project. Our experience has been that the city is working towards a vision that is a yes and vision. It's yes to the fair and also to a beautiful heritage property that's accessible to the public for our shared use and enjoyment, which is really exciting as a resident of Petaluma. So thank you. For the rest of my comment, I'd like to say thank you to the city management staff for highlighting in the staff materials the arrangement that has been collaboratively generated for Live Oak in particular. Unlike the other tenants, except for maybe Drake and Rebuilding Together, Live Oak is a public benefit corporation, so we operate using taxpayer dollars and provide a free, high-quality education to Petaluma families. And because we rely on the state for our funding, when local costs rise, we can't just raise our rates to cover those costs because we have no rates. Our service and all of the services that the state mandates that we provide to children remain free to any who ask for them. So given the condition of our current facilities, which many of you have personally come to investigate with me on many occasions, and the politics surrounding the fairgrounds, Live Oak has been well aware that the clock is running out on our capacity to stay in our current buildings. And we've invested a lot of time building plans for a future home for the school. One of the viable plans that we have is actually to move the school out of Petaluma. We have an offer for a beautiful site in a neighboring town and have worked with our legal counsel to understand the terms around relocating the school. In many aspects, that would be the cheapest and most reasonable thing for us to do. However, it's not a choice that we want to make. We remain committed to serving Petaluma families for as long as possible, and we don't want to remove a valuable and a value-adding asset, a piece of Petaluma's infrastructure that supports local families. Live Oak was created by a group of Petaluma families and has been sustained for the past 22 years by the passion and investment of Petaluma families. But in order for us to stay in town and build a new future for the school, we need to ask for help. Our enrollment is at its lowest level since we began offering all K through 8 grades. We've lost 50 students in the last 4 years, which seems like a small number, but it actually makes about a $500,000 hole in our budget. Doesn't decrease our overhead, just decreases our funding. And because we're a school of choice and not a neighborhood school, we're able to understand that Petaluma's changing demographics is not the cause for that decline in enrollment. In fact, within Petaluma, the only schools that have been growing in enrollment over the last 5 years are the charter schools. We know directly from families that our enrollment decline is largely because of the state of our facilities. In working with the city on the draft license agreement that's in front of you this evening, we asked for help. We asked for rent relief so that we could put taxpayer money back into public school classrooms. And we also agree with the city staff that our buildings are in need of repairs and improvements, but that nobody wants to unnecessarily invest more taxpayer money in buildings that are very soon destined for a landfill. So we've been working on an agreement with the city to divert some additional rent funds into a facilities account as described in the staff materials. We at Live Oak see this arrangement as a win-win for both us and the city. With your help, a local public school will have a chance to continue serving local families while securing new facilities here in Petaluma. And we ask that you support the license agreements in front of you tonight, and we're continuing to look forward to working with the city staff on what comes next. Thanks.
And thank you. Matt McGuire, to be followed by Stan Gold.
Good evening, council and staff. Here at 10:05, this is bringing back a lot of memories for me, not all of them bad. It's great to see the heavy lifting go on here. At your last meeting, Stan Gold and I made a proposal to ask that you incorporate into the terms of the contract with the Speedway that it convert to all-electric racing over 3 years, transitional 1/3 per year. Having discussed it with each one of you and having had very constructive conversations with each one of you, I understand that there's some substantial but qualified support for that. Certain council members have raised the logistical problems, the fact that it's one track out of a circuit of many, et cetera. Don't lose sight of the fact that we are in a climate crisis that is bad and getting worse. If nothing else, if you don't, it sounds like there's still some details to work out on these terms. So we would again ask that this be incorporated. But if you can't bring yourself to do that, if we don't have the 4 votes to that, I would just ask that you codify that if and when somebody comes along with an EV that they want to either race or give an exhibition on, that the track operator will accommodate that. We want to encourage that. I would also then also note that be cautious with the 4DAA as a management entity. As a neighbor there, many of my neighbors and I find them to be completely unresponsive. Last night was a perfect example. We were just getting pounded by really loud music, which Tawny Tosconi in the past, we tell them to turn it down, this, that, the other thing, and yet it continues to happen. So I would just say the track record there is consistently horrible. I understand, good, let them run the fair. I think they're competent for that. But beyond that, I think we need to, look to see how the city can improve the management. But again, we are in a climate crisis. It is bad and it's getting worse. We need to do everything we can, and we need to do it as soon as we can. You know my opinion. I'd say phase out the race tomorrow if we could do it. I know there's a huge constituency that loves it, but that doesn't justify poisoning the air, the noise pollution that Dwayne was referring to, or, causing a blight on the community. For the sake of a few thousand people, tens of thousands of people are being burdened with it. So I would ask that, again, if you could, I would like to see that transition be put into the terms of the lease. If not, then at least allow accommodation for anybody that comes along that does want to either exhibit or race electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you. Stan Gold, to be followed by Justin Lipp.
Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, you have tremendous power when you exercise it for the good of the people of Petaluma. I've seen that as you've done it tonight, and it was great. I'd like to see you do it again. One of the most important issues facing us today is climate change. About 5 years ago, a little girl, 15-year-old high school kid in Denmark, went on strike. Today, she's approaching her 20th birthday. It was on climate change. She's attended every one of the big conferences in Europe, and the last one she decided not to attend. There was no point to it anymore. She was worn out because she said all they do is talk. Subcommittees upon subcommittees. Nobody is sacrificing anything. Nothing is happening. I'd like you to focus tonight on one item, and focus particularly on this item and nothing else. You don't have control over anything outside of the perimeter of the city of Petaluma. So just focus within Petaluma, the fairgrounds specifically, the racetrack specifically. I want to say that we support the racetrack. Don't anybody get excited. We support racing. What we are opposed to is poisoning the air with a gasoline engine. There is an answer to this, and that is going to the electric motor. They're damn fast, and they are as good as racing car as the gasoline engine if you've seen them operate. We'd like to suggest that you do not give your tacit approval to 3 consecutive years. That's 106 weeks of belching exhaust gases. Or what is it, 22, what they say, 26 times a year, 3 times 26. Don't give your tacit approval to that much exhaust gases going into the atmosphere. Every little bit counts. Every little bit is destroying the atmosphere, and my grandchildren's children and your grandchildren's children. The flooding is not going to get better. The droughts are not going to get better. The forest fires are not going to improve.
Thank you.
Unless we
That's
do
your 3
something
minutes
about it.
for the evening. And next up would be Justin Lipp, to be followed by Rick Faith.
Don't let this thing pass by you.
Thank you very much. We have another speaker.
The 3 solid years you locked it in if you pass this.
Good evening, folks. I'm Dr. Justin Lipp. I'm a member of the Live Oak Board of Directors. I have also been in California public higher education for most of the last 2 decades. I'm currently at Sonoma State University, the director of the Center for Teaching. When we were looking for a new school for our daughter this last year, Live Oak quickly kind of came to the top of our list. Being as a really unique educational opportunity for local school children. Our school curriculum provides K-8 opportunities to learn things like knitting, handwork, music, and other creative pursuits. And furthermore, our students demonstrate among the highest academic outcomes among local schools. So I'm here to speak in support of the resolution to move ahead with the new leases for the fairground tenants under the city administration. I believe that we have a wonderful asset in the community that provides a high quality public Waldorf-inspired education here in Petaluma. And under a lease with the city, we think that we have the opportunity to develop a new school site within the existing framework of where we're located in partnership with the city and retain what we recognize as being a cornerstone of future planning for the fairground site. By allowing for a firmer and more predictable foundation for the school's medium-term future. So retaining Live Oak at the fairgrounds exemplifies the values of this council and our community more broadly in terms of education, sustainability, and diversity and tolerance, as we've seen this evening. A vote in favor of this resolution, I also believe, is in favor of upholding these principles here within Petaluma, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Rick Faith?
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, staff, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am Rick Faith, owner and operator of Petaluma Speedway. I single-handedly endorse what you're about to vote for, an extension. I look forward to serving the community as I have done for the last 12 years. Petaluma Speedway has been a part of this fabric of this community for the last 70 years, and I look forward to more diverse uses as we've spoke about. Mr. Barrett, you had a question about 26 events. It's normally Saturday nights, typically Friday, Saturday nights. A lot of that was dealt with the 4th DEA restrictions in the contract, but I look forward to more diverse uses, which we have city council members and staff members have explored. And I want to continue to be a shepherd and a promoter of this community and continue to serve the only professional sporting venue in Sonoma County on a weekly basis. And look forward to continue, and I look forward to your vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our public comment on the item for the evening. And I'd like to bring it back up to council to see who would like to comment, or Councilmember Barnacle.
Yes. I want to thank, again, all of the subtenants for their patience. I know this is uncertain times with the transition that's going on, and I appreciate everybody for sticking with the city. And I'm certainly going to be supporting this. And one of the commenters mentioned a yes and that's exactly what we're looking for, is how can we make it better and not lose what we love. And I think that's what we're poised to do. I appreciate all the work that's gone in with this. I will say that the letter we received from the president of the 4th District Ag Association today really was concerning to me on a number of respects, but I'm not sure that we can continue to work with an organization that continuously is throwing bombs in public. We're at a point where we need to be negotiating in good faith, and getting a letter threatening to go to the ballot box and talking about a lack of a delay, when what we saw in the presentation was that they've been the ones delaying, or at least they delayed for the first half of this year. I'm just concerned that we're with the potential direction of thinking that we're going to have a 3-year agreement with them and keep going through this every time that something they want to comment on is we're going to the ballot box. But with that, I'm going to make a motion to move this as written.
Thank you very much. Can I ask, the letter referenced, did we post that as public comment on the agenda today? So in case folks are not absolutely clear on that one. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I'll be supporting this as well. And I regard this as just preserving the status quo, which was part of the agreement that the city made initially. So we're honoring that agreement. But I'm particularly glad that Ms. Alverde went into some detail on the master planning process and what we hope to achieve within the next 3 years, with things actually starting to happen as opposed to just plans. And I appreciate you, Mayor McDonald, for drilling down on that a little bit, because I do think that over time in the near future, the uses on the property are going to evolve, and they're going to evolve in the way that the community is going to really like. I want to I think we will do the best we can to accommodate the users that are out there, the businesses that are out there. But this is the vision of the community that we're going to be implementing there. So anyway, I'll second the motion.
So we have a motion by Barnacle with a second by Healy. Vice Mayor Cater Thompson?
And I'll third that. I'm going to support this also. I feel really comfortable in the process, and I appreciate that the tenants will be comfortable, being able to stay. And then, eventually we're going to see what happens with this this beautiful 55 acres in the middle of our community. I will say that I would encourage Rick, Faith, we never know. You just might have something handed to you about EV racing also. And that would be really cool, and love to, see a lot of sponsorship on that. But in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and support this, and I just want to thank the tenants for all they've done. And this is a huge process that staff has been working on. And the letter today is very disappointing. It's as though they just want to blow everything up, the fourth DA, instead of working together. I was on the subcommittee 20 some odd years ago, and nothing's changed. And then there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that property. It's in the core of our town. It's a connector for the east and the west side. And it just has so much potential that it's going to be great to be working on this and see the connectivity that happens on that site. And it's a long-term plan.
Thank you. Councilmember Posake?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, I certainly sympathize with the folks talking on behalf of electric vehicles at the Speedway, and I'm going to try to find someone to come and ask to do a demonstration at the Speedway. I hope Mr. Faith will work with me on that. I think this is important. I also don't like bullies. Let that stand as it is. And I agree with prior comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Shribs?
So I would like to support what's already been said up here on the dais and all the comments out there. And the staff's worked really hard on this, moving it forward. We've got agreements. We're going to move forward, holding up to all the agreements. Particularly what Councilman Healy said, things are going to evolve. I believe not just the Speedway, but also just about everybody's going to evolve. The school's going to evolve. The paintball's going to evolve. The dog training, we may want to expand, whatever. It's going to evolve. And so I'm looking forward to the changes. And with a 3-year, basically a deadline saying, oh, we'd love to see you evolve. Please start now. And then I'm sure we're going to see that happen. So, and then, you'll get if we see the evolution and if it's appropriate evolution, yeah, we'll be great. We'll give you another year. And then we'll see a little bit more of evolution. We'll give you another year. And then we'll see how it rolls from there. So I think the 3 years, 1 + 1 with review, with that type of expectation. I do have that expectation, but everyone's going to go. So I know that's what we have to do today to make this work. I'm fully supportive. I'm on the Climate Commission and been fighting fossil fuel use a lot, so I support that, what the speakers have talked about there. But we do need to move forward, but I'd like to see some expectations also added in, and I'm hoping we just evolve that way. Thanks.
Thank you. And I appreciate the city staff's commitment, the council's commitment to making this happen, and the collaboration it takes with all the partners to get to the finish line. With that, we'd like to have a roll call vote on this issue.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes?
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes with now recused.
Thank you. And before we jump into our next item, I thank you all very much for this item. But I think the council is going to set a 5-minute break to stretch ourselves. Thank you. Thank you. We're calling the council back to order now. We're waiting for council members to return to their seats, and then we'll be able to begin.
Within 5 minutes.
Under 90 seconds, maybe, comment.
We have council back on the dais, and we're before the council can continue. I think I'll be looking for a motion here.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, under our council rules, we need a motion to start a new item after 10:30, so I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion and to continue, and we have a second from the vice mayor. And I'd like the clerk to call the roll call vote, please.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
And McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. That moves us to our next item. First reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 6.08 of the Petaluma Municipal Code to renew the Petaluma Tourism Improvement District. And to help us with this item, we have Ingrid Alverde, Director of Economic Development and Open Government. Welcome back.
Thank you again. Nice to be back. This one, hopefully, this will be a short presentation. Back in September, you heard from the Petaluma Tourism District through their director, Marie McCusker, talk about all the great work that they've been doing to promote Petaluma and what they look forward to with an extended tourism improvement district under the terms that we presented back in September, a 10-year extension of a 2% self-assessment tax by the hoteliers to collect funds and then promote Petaluma as a travel destination, and also to support destination development projects like downtown beautification and improvements, graffiti abatement, etc. So tonight's just two additional formal steps required as part of this assessment. So the two steps tonight is to allow members of the public to provide comments on the renewal of the PTID, or the Petaluma Tourism Improvement District, and then to introduce an ordinance and conduct a first reading. So with that, I believe Marie McCusker is in the audience. If there are questions specifically about the PTID, or our city attorney, Eric Danley, is here if there are any legal questions. Otherwise, my presentation is complete, or I can answer questions. Thank you.
And that was a wonderful presentation. I appreciate that. Let's bring it to council to see if anyone has any questions on the matter. And lacking that, let's one second.
I'll second that.
Let's open public comment. And I have no cards with me, no comments from anyone in the house. And once again, I note that our Zoom participation, unfortunately, has been closed for the evening. And so I'll ask the city clerk if we received any email on this matter.
We did not receive any public comments to this item.
Thank you very much. And then that closes public comment on this item. And I believe we had a motion.
I made the motion. Over here.
Okay. So we have a motion from Councilmember
Second.
Now.
And I got a second.
And
Oh.
the Vice Mayor has the second. And lacking any other comment, I'd like to ask the clerk for a roll call vote.
I apologize, it looks like my system paused. I will go old school with this one. Barnacle,
Aye.
Healy,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
and Posake,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just-
Congratulations.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just comment?
Yes.
You know, this was a 3-minute item. It's really a shame we had to make these people wait around until 10:30 for it.
Good night.
And now for our exciting 11th item of the evening, public hearing and action to adopt resolution confirming cost abatement of weeds and confirming approval of the forwarding of unpaid bills to the county assessor's office for collections as assessments. And to help us with this, we have Jessica Power, Fire Marshal.
Mayor, council, and community, I promise my presentation is only about 25 minutes long. This year, a total of 41 lots were abated by the fire department's contractor. Invoices for service were issued to the private parcel owners. The resolution before you confirms the cost and places a special assessment on the property owners who did not pay their bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Lacking questions from the council, I'd like to open the public comment period, of which I have no cards and see no one rushing to turn one in. And may I?
I'd be happy to move the item.
Ask the clerk if we've received any public comment by email.
We did not receive any public comments to this item.
Thank you. Bringing this back to the dais, I see Councilmember Posake.
I'll second that.
Making the motion with Vice Mayor Cater Thompson making the second. And then please have the roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Aye.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
and McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And before I adjourn for the evening, I would just like us all to recognize the loss of a great leader in our state. And I hope everyone has respect for the many decades of important work she has done in her public lifetime. And thus, we are closing the meeting in honor of Senator Dianne Feinstein. With that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.